Hi guys, welcome or welcome back to my channel. I am Jess, and in today's Pick a Card, we'll be looking into how would a tarot and or energy reader perceive you. In other words, who are you to a tarot and or energy reader? So in this reading, we'll do something a little different, and that is me translating to you how a tarot and or energy reader will perceive you, what they will see in you, and how they feel your energy. So first we'll look into your energy with some oracle cards and see how they will perceive you. Then we'll get some tarot cards to see what they will tell you about who you are. And lastly, we'll look into the last messages and what they would want you to know. And yes, you can absolutely have a specific tarot and or energy reader in mind for this reading. So there are 4 groups for you guys to choose from. Group 1 with the strawberry quartz point. Group 2 with the black moonstone palm stone. Group 3 with the honey calcite. And group 4 with the desert rose stone. So these are the options. So if you need a moment to find out which group you feel most drawn to, which can at times be more than one, you can pause the video or wait for the meditation moment. Now, the timestamps for the readings are as always hidden in the description below this video, and I'll see you in your reading. Hi, group one. Welcome to your reading. So we will be looking into how will the tarot and our energy reader perceive you. So let's get started with the oracle cards I pre-shuffled for you. So how will the tarot energy reader perceive you? White flame. Okay, so the tides. Inner eye, pineal activation, illumination, psychic bridge. The child within, inner mother, innocence, gentleness, tenderness. Then we have rose, attract a relationship. Okay. And we have concentric circles. How is that song in? Okay. I was listening to a certain playlist and a song is playing that is not in the playlist. Okay, that's very specific. Why is that happening, actually? I'll just roll with it. Okay. Okay. Your energy. Your energy is very healing. You may be a psychic yourself or have just a real great intuition. The Tides book, because I don't know. Let's see. 79. Okay. An energy or tarot reader may at first be a little bit confused about, well, not confused, but they definitely feel that you have a very clean slate, if that makes any sense. That you feel like you kind of feel, your energy feels, let me just look at that before I say anything. Concentric circles. That's also number 6. There are two. It's numbers. It's also number 6. We have 6 twice. There's something about like this song, like I'm saying right now, like this is my playlist. And the song at the beginning by Richard Marx and Donna Lewis is playing, and this is not in my playlist. And yes, I only have 3 songs in there because I cannot handle a lot of different songs. Like, it can literally change my mood and make everything 100 times worse. I'm not kidding. It's so easy to shift my mood. Number 14, page number 14. Okay. No, that's number 15. Number 14, think of tree rings and think of your age in years. Instead of thinking, I'm 70 now, no longer 16, or I'm 109, so much wiser than I was at 108, which is a very impressive age. Well done for anyone who is. Imagine your invisible internal age rings. Okay. I've seen in my through my YouTube that mostly people who are watching are actually the ones who are like in their 30s. In all honesty, I actually want to, there's something about that I find important or whatever in my mind, which, So mostly women, mostly the United States. There's something about age. Oh, well, what I've seen before, like mostly somewhere 30 to 40 or something. 20 is also something, and a little bit above. But in my mind, I was like, no, you told YouTube that you were younger, weren't you? Didn't you? Okay, anyway. So much wiser than I was at 108. Imagine your invisible internal age rings. The 5-year-old you once were hasn't vanished in a puff of smoke. Yeah, true. I've read this before. This is actually very interesting. The 5-year-old you once were hasn't vanished in a puff of smoke, to be immediately replaced by a mature 6-year-old you know. They were simply grown around by another layer. You are more than just an age. You contain all of your past years and experiences. Remember and care for those ages inside of you. They are at your core. So this is kind of where you start, and it kind of goes, this is like, well, if you will count, you will know how many age. Okay, how many rounds is like the age or whatever, which no, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna count. But this reminds me of something. Like, I feel like your energy at first, like, I do feel like it will be confusing for some, like it was for me, but that can have different reasons, because of different reasons. English. Okay, so thank you for the ones who, by the way, are patient enough to just kind of listen and not be like skip to the next second, because those are my favorite people. Like, not forcing to be patient, but actually just being patient, be like, oh, take your time, I'm just gonna go finish my burger or whatever. I don't know. Why? Okay, it has to stop. Get back to that playlist. How dare it? Oh, I think I understand why it happened, but anyway. Oh. Some black something on my fingers. Your energy feels very pure. The child within, which is interesting because this also speaks about like the 5-year-old that there was once was, is not gone. It's like still in there. Like, you've just added another circle, you know, another stripe, if that makes any sense. Very pure, very healing. It feels like you're very not even intelligent because of like, oh, you're so smart, you know, because of brain, whatever. Like, you can also be, but that's not the point. Your energy feels very, I'm hearing detoxifying, and I don't even know what's hidden in that word. Okay. Oh, wow, it's actually quite cool. Scotch reminds me of a drink. Remove toxic substances or qualities from blank. The process uses chemical correlations to detoxify. Okay, so, ow. Okay, why did I say ow? I didn't even hurt. It's like immediately when something falls, it's like, ow. I don't even know. Well, maybe you do bring out a little bit of my inner child. Like, I don't know even how to explain, or you do bring out a part, like, it's just okay to not be too serious. I feel like you don't take life too serious right now. Your energy feels gentle but affirming, if that makes any sense. And I like how both of these pictures have like this, face closed with closed eyes. And a rose also has like these petals and stuff like that. Attractive relationship doesn't have to do anything with a relationship, but it could be significant that you have healed a lot of stuff when it comes to relationships, or when it comes to things that you like, romantic kind of relationships or anything like that. Your energy just feels like you've been through a hell of a lot, and that past is not necessarily like gone from your memory or from you as a human being, because it formed you. It made you who you are, or it has at least been a part of your growth. Numbers, I'm seeing number 6 twice, number 14, number 17, number 3, number 2, and number 2. Don't ask me why those numbers as well. Okay, so no, it's hard to explain when you're feeling an energy. It's hard to explain those energies. I feel like you're an incredibly wise person, whether you've heard that a lot or not. Someone who has been through a lot of obstacles and hurdles, and a lot of, well, I don't want to say challenges, but it could be something like, the white flame does talk about the expression of divine purity in action, the purest of all flames. Purity and innocence that has been, like, it will bring the energy of purity and innocence to a place that has been soiled by bad intentions or bad experiences related to harassment, violence, or trauma. It allows us to purify ourselves and to bring everything to light, into conscious awareness. It is a ray of cleaning and intense purification. And it's interesting because there's not the word detoxifying in here. And that word is, in all honesty, not in my daily vocabulary, daily mental vocabulary. So detoxifying is definitely a word. I feel like that this is exactly you. Like, you are the kind of person who cleanses other people without even the intention of doing so. That's because of your energy. And I honestly feel very comfortable. Well, I do, the thing I do notice, and I don't know if it's necessarily because you need to hear this as well, but I notice that I get frustrated, confused, and just really tense in my body and mind when something is not adding up, when something I'm saying or feeling, whatever, it's not really right. So I'm feeling very comfortable and like as if I'm kind of relaxing my body, like my body, like, you know, like breathing out. This doesn't have anything necessarily to do with this specific reading. It's more like maybe you also need to know for yourself or intuitive practice that when you feel that you're tense, when you feel like you're uncomfortable, there's something like you want to avoid something. And not because it's like something like that, like out of like ignorance or avoid, you know, but more like because it doesn't feel right. So if you feel like you're wanting to like pick up on your what your intuition is telling you, and you're hearing things in your mind that are not necessarily ringing true for you, and it's like, okay, so this is not true. So like you'll notice, like you'll feel that whatever is true will also feel comforting. At the beginning of this reading, I was like, what's happening? And I don't know whether this is like an internal thing within me, because I'm relaxing more into my own space, my body. I've been doing a little bit of healing the last, recently. And I notice how I'm it's interesting to say like how I'm a lot more sensitive or whatever, but it's not really that, honestly. I've also I've read before, like in things that people say, like it's not really that I've gotten more sensitive or whatever. It's because more in tune with my body. I'm more in tune with how I'm feeling and all that stuff, and that's how you are able to tell more easily and more quickly that something is not right. So I remember doing readings, even half a year back to a year back, where I kind of pushed through the struggle, which is a good thing because pushing through is good, but I did not notice that, for example, I may have added things in there that were not necessarily meant to be in there. So maybe I heard, instead of my intuition, I heard my fear, and I added that into the reading, and then it turned into a little bit of a, mess, I don't want to say, because it's not like I literally, completely freak out, which even if that would happen, like I would either edit it or I would put a reminder or a warning for people to know, like, okay, this is happening or whatever, because it's not like you are to blame necessarily. It's like, if I didn't want to do this, then I wouldn't have, right? Well, in all honesty, I do like it to keep my promises, so that's kind of, yeah, it's a lot of mixture, but I don't know why, but that could be significant for some of you. So let's get into, other than your energy, how, what a tarot reader or energy reader will tell you about who they are. If a tarot reader or energy reader will be in your space, they will feel, I don't know if I should even say this, but for some, they will be, this will sound wrong, and I just want to say that trauma, or vomiting or whatever onto another is not necessarily, right or good. But I do want to say, they will just sense, or they will just know, you are the kind of person that people can just throw everything at, and it's almost like you're a therapist, you don't take these things too personally or whatever. So if that will be the case, then I do understand. So to keep this healthy boundary for yourself, to not be their diary, if that makes any sense. Well, unless it's your job to to do that. Well, you could be literally a therapist. Honestly, it's very, very soothing. But I don't think it will be a very general or therapist in a way, with these books and things like DSM-5. I don't know even. But that kind of stuff, with guidance, it's a bit more in a way spiritual purposes, or just your energy is soothing. With the therapist thing, you do not have to be a psychologist or a therapist or anything like that. It is just the vibe of how you come across to other people, and it's just whether they say anything to you or not, they just feel I'm hearing the word regenerating when they are with you. And I feel this such an energy reader or a specific energy reader would also pick up on that. I do think they would want you to know to be careful with whom you let to not be too overgiving in that way, to also even if they're not necessarily doing anything wrong, but to also just make it for yourself a little bit more that you, at least for yourself, have boundaries, because it's not really they are crossing maybe any, If that, I don't really know why I'm saying this, but it sounds like that could be significant for you. But it's not like they are really crossing any boundaries, but it's more like you are crossing your own boundaries by letting something get to you, by being too invested in there. You know what I mean? So if you will trust yourself to like take what you can with the information and not literally take it that seriously. Like it's very nice that you want to sympathize and empathize with other people, but it's also very necessary to cleanse yourself. Like you are not just the trash can where they can throw everything into and then close it, and then you're not able to breathe because you're just stuck too deep in there. You know, it's like I don't even know how to explain, because whatever I'm thinking of is kind of like weird kind of ways of looking at it. I would get it, but others won't. This is a weird example, but it's, you know, like how people, for example, like smoke, like whether you smoke or not, that's not relevant, at least to me. And in case, because I do not support smoking or drugs or stuff like that. Other than like, I don't want to, no, I'm not gonna go there, because that's not my, I don't know, I have, shouldn't have a voice there. But it's like smoking, like you breathe in that stuff and you kind of also breathe it out again, if that makes any sense. So instead of keeping it in, you also breathe it out, as if like, okay, now I'm releasing it again. It's kind of like that, like releasing it like smoke. Like you need to breathe in and you need to breathe out. Like to not keep it that dirty smoke in there. Like don't. Or smoke. Yeah, okay. Okay. So let's see, what would a tarot / energy reader tell you about who you are? As I just said, if I notice my body, like I'm a lot more in tune with my body. It's crazy. I did not do this years back, not even months back. But how I noticed, like, okay, I'm tensed up right now, so let's just try and release it. And I wanted to say, like, don't hold it back. Like, as I said, like, don't hold it in, like, let it out again. And as soon as I wanted to say that, like, I started yawning. And yawning to me just like, okay, let's just be honest. Just like farting, yawning, burping, breathing, all of that stuff is a way of your body to let out used and negative energy. It's like, let's get it out of there. And it's like, let it go. Like even breathing at exercises could be just very helpful for you to like really be very, not cautious, but very observant of what you keep inside your body, including like the stress and stuff like that. Like you really need to relax a lot more. Like it's way, like you take up a lot of space. Like, or not like, or you, no, not a lot of space. Like you have not a lot of space left, and you need to create that space within yourself. Like I'm having like a mental picture of that. Okay. I just want to say in the meantime, if you are already enjoying this reading, I would really appreciate if at least like a comment would also be really nice to support me. You can also just subscribe. But to me, like to me, a like is a lot more evident for me as like, oh, you liked the reading. Okay, so I get it. You know, like there's like this language barrier in me, like subscriptions, like I don't know, but it's a good, like I'm very grateful, don't get me wrong, But a like, I will definitely appreciate it, because that shows me that you appreciate this reading, that you liked this content, that you liked me. Oh gosh, that sounds so like, please like me. I'm so sweet and innocent and stuff like that. Like, innocent. What is the definition of innocence? I guess there are many answers to questions. But yeah, that is something that I would appreciate. And if you have any kind of suggestions for pick a card readings, or maybe you like to see something that I did in the past, like former pick a card readings, I would like to hear about it. Although I'm not saying that I will immediately do that. Like, I will do the reading whenever I feel like, okay, yeah, I should do the reading, but I still would appreciate it, appreciate it if people will be clear and honest with me, because I really cannot smell what you like. You know what I mean? Anyway, so what will the tarot / energy reader tell you about who you are? So who are you? Don't need to know your full name. Like, we're going to stay very, very anonymous on the internet, okay? At least in some sort of way where we are not putting ourselves in unnecessary danger. Don't want to scare anyone, but try to be cautious. That's all I'm saying. Just a teeny tiny bit. But anyway, I'm just giving advice. You do you. But I'm not responsible for your actions. Okay, so we have strength as the first card that falls out. So strength to me is like strength in many areas. Like, I feel like you're just a very strong person, and this reminds me of like strong in mind, strong. you're opinionated. I'm hearing opinionated. I'm hearing stubborn. Which, like, there is nothing wrong with that, as long as it doesn't like you know, like what's that word, interrupt your growth, you know, as long as it's not for unnecessary reasons. Like, being stubborn about your boundaries is a good thing. Why is there this? How dare it? There was a little spot on a card. Like, I don't even understand. Like, I'm not doing anything wrong with these. Oh. Okay. So, strength. I'm struggling a little bit every once in a while, or every second actually. I struggle a bit with the main picture of the main meaning of card. I need a specific answer. That's why I struggle sometimes. It's not very easy for me. So can I have a clarifier, please? More information about the strength card. Actually, I'm gonna put these cards to the side now. What? Okay. This deck is new and it's gorgeous and I love it. I don't know why I need to say that, but still. Like, maybe I'll do this more often so I can focus on what's happening here. Can I have a clarifier, please, for strength? Clarifier for strength, please. 2 cards. Okay, for once I'll do it. Knight of Pentacles and 6 of Wands. Okay, so these 2 cards immediately give me like, okay, this is like, okay, I'm like, I have a goal. I know I want to get there, and I'm going to think very well and put these plans into action. It's going to take a little while, but at least it will get good result. And this is the card that only confirms it, because the Six of Wands is like, well, public recognition, but mostly it's more like that you've reached, well, not reached a goal, but that you've been successful, that you may have reached a goal, or that you are standing out in the crowd. Recognition, success, celebration, you know, as if you won a contest or something like that. So with the Strain card here, it seems like you are very, very dedicated to your goals, but in a way where it's like you do not give up easily. So whenever you try to do something, whether it's something new or whatever, it feels like you have already like a plan in mind. You already know where you want to go and how you're going to get there, but it does take a little bit of time. So I feel like you're also very patient. I mean, I did pick up on that earlier, like, thank you for being patient. I don't know why necessarily I have to say it like that, but still, it's an interesting thing for me right now to remember, or whatever. So what else? So a tarot reader or an energy reader will honestly just tell you, like, keep doing what you're doing. Like, it's really very beneficial. Like, others will really look up to you. They'd be, well, I'm hearing the word jealous, but they will very much respect your approach, thinking that sometimes you may be a little bit too slow, but at least you reach your goals. So I feel like even if people will not agree, you still succeed. I feel like that's something that a tarot reader will really pick up on, that they could really learn something from your patience or something like that, which, yeah, I agree. What else would they say about, like, who you are? Okay, well, oh my gosh, too many. We have the Page of Pentacles, so very practical, actually. I'm getting Queen of Pentacles kind of vibes from you, even though we literally have the Knight of Pentacles and the Page of Pentacles. I do feel like you... I do want a little more on that. Oh, wait. Making myself crazy. Okay. I have a clarifier. Ace of Wands. So once you have an idea, I feel like you're very inspirational. I feel like people will really, like a tarot reader, will really look up to you and see how you create something in your mind and how you immediately start to look into how you can create it, like on Earth or in the real world. Okay, why does the Devil want to fall out all the time? Okay, whatever. If it's very necessary, I'll put it back. If it needs to fall out, it will fall out again. Just one moment, please. Like, such people, a tarot slash energy reader will really see you as someone who I'm here. Why am I hearing the word addictive in my head? Like I literally just, like I was talking about the devil. Well, not talking, like the devil fell out twice. So what does this mean? Like the first thing that I kind of felt is because that you have such an ambition, such a joy for playing around and just kind of trying things out. Like I honestly adore your energy because it's like you really do embrace your inner child in a way where it's like your inner child has an idea and you're like, well, why not try something like that? Like I feel like like a tarot reader or like a specific tarot reader that you may have in mind or an energy reader would really just love your practical approach to it. So if, for example, you're the kind of person I'm hearing, like, for example, like when you have a partner, or if someone will be your partner, they would really just not understand how you do it, but they're just so amazed and proud and just really interested in you, as if like not even as a partner necessarily, but people who are like friends, or I'm hearing relatives. They will look at you like, how did you do that? And they will just want to, like, they will like be a fan of your way of like working, even if it will be different. And it could be that it's also the other way around. So you may think that same way about a specific tarot reader that you may have on your mind right now. So that's actually really cool that the two of you will look at each other the same way. It could be that you and a specific tarot reader are already in communication or in contact with one another, like you're maybe partners, friends, or anything like that. I mean, what do I know, right? Like anything is possible. Very goal-oriented. What else would a tarot/energy reader tell you about who you are? Six of Swords. Okay. A tarot/energy reader will definitely pick up on, like, you, not just pick up on that, but will tell you that you are someone who wants to move forward with life without any kind of unnecessary drama. So when something happens, it's like, I do not need to be part of this, and you leave. It's like, there's no reason to stir up this bullshit. You're very, very, like, you're like this tarot reader or specific tarot reader, whatever, will just really see you as a breath of fresh air. Someone like at first they may not understand the way that you do things because it's completely different from what the average person does. And average, like, what the heck is average? Come on, we ain't average. We all different and weird and stupid in our own ways and amazing. And it's a good kind of stupid, like, well, it's not really stupid, it's just silly. I mean, we're human, what do you expect? But anyway, can I have a clarifier for the Six of Swords, please? And we have the Two of Swords. Okay. So this reminds me of, like, the Two of Swords is like thinking about a decision that needs to be made and really contemplating and, well, I need to go either left or right. I need to do this or that. What is it that I'm going to do? And I feel like there's also this message of, like, there is no wrong answer. And this is not necessarily something that needs to be like, you got to do it now. I mean, there, of course, it could be for some of you, but it's not something that needs to... If there's some sort of decision or thing that needs to be worked out, I feel like it could be that you just don't let other people pressure you into, like, being quicker about things or whatever. Like, you give a lot of thought to what is better for you. It's a hard time explaining. I just noticed something. The card's being a little bit off-ish. Okay. Okay, Six of Swords is mostly about, like, not necessarily, but leaving the past behind, going forward, and not sticking or staying in situations that do not do anything or bring anything than harm or than unnecessary drama. So whenever you need to decide, like, there's something about you whenever you know that something is not right, you make a decision to go forward and to not go back. So it's like whenever you go forward, it's like there is no way I can go back to this, so I need to think good about this, what I'm doing. So every time when you make a decision, it's like, well, the more kind of bigger decisions, like to leave a situation of like friendship or relationships, or like to leave a place for good and to go to live somewhere else and never come back. You know, it's like once you decide what you're gonna do, there's no way that you can go back, or at least anyone can make you go back to where you have been. So I feel like you're someone who really takes into account like what should be your priority. So you're someone who really wants to set things straight. So if you want something or want to know something, you are not gonna, or if you want to make some sort of change, if you feel like you're unhappy or dissatisfied with how things are, you do not need to stay there. And I feel like maybe you're not immediately aware of that, but you do take the time to really look into something like this. And like some people stay because they think that that will be the better option because there's something to fix or whatever. But I feel like maybe it's not something that immediately pops up into your mind, but it does stick a little bit with you. So if something happens that does not feel right to you, you will kind of like, the more and more you notice that, it's almost like patterns, you know, the more you see that, and it's like you already are choosing something from very early on until you kind of have figured out what to do and how to do it. It's like you do notice it very early, but not but don't do anything about it until you know, like, this is the right time. Well, not necessarily, but like, I feel like you are very aware that if anything, you can only control your own actions and behavior. So you are not even gonna try to change somebody because that's their job and not yours. So like, and I'm seriously saying this as like, this is not something that you try to do, this is something that you do naturally. So you let people just be just be them, and whatever you do with that information is up to you, you know? There is something sticking to the mat. There we go. Anything else? What does tarot/energy reader tell? What will the tarot/energy reader tell you about who you are? I'm hearing the word determined. Seven of Pentacles. Well, there's a lot of earth energy here. I mean, fire and swords are also present. Seven of Pentacles. Seven of Pentacles talks about like another way of being patient, also very determined and very like, well, I want to reach this goal, so I'm going to, well, goal, it's not really about a goal, it's more like, it's a mixture of manifesting and hard work and being able to look at your hard work and see how far you've come and see what you have manifested for yourself and how it came to fruition. Can I please have a clarifier? We have the King of Cups. Okay. So I feel like this could be talking about your own growth, about your own growth and your own growth with other people as well. Like how you have noticed or learned a lot of things and how you can actually very much see or sense something, even though it's not necessarily in your face. I don't know what that is, what that even means, but all right. I actually forgot to use a deck before even using the tarot cards, but that was because I did not take it out of the box yet. So we're gonna just use it now. Anything else? That you need to know about who you are. So, ow. Okay. What will a tarot / energy reader tell you about who you are? Just took a sip of my drink. Okay, we have versatility. You know, fuck it. I'm gonna do it with every group. Just gonna do the tarot cards, then I'll put these cards here. Maybe it'd be a lot more chill. Where's that? Oh, guidebook. I wanted to say. Okay, the card versatility, huh? Okay. Oh, one of the 48, right? Okay, and we have, okay. Oh, this is actually, yeah, a card that is not very, like, sometimes I don't even need to get the book and I'm like, I don't know. Pulling this card may indicate a time where you are coming up against a lot of resistance, whether internally or externally. A lot of times we focus on one thing very intensely and push hard despite being shown that the timing is off. Okay, what can be helpful in the, okay. I'm gonna get some other cards and then we'll see what else you need to know about what an energy / tarot reader will tell you about who you are. I hope you're enjoying the reading as much as I do. And I hope it resonates. I mean, if it doesn't, then why would you be here, I guess. Or there are, of course, things in here that you may need to hear, like, a little something about the entire reading. Anything else, Spirit? Too many. We have self-love. And we have the Magi, so Magician, which is interesting because I did think of like the Seven of Pentacles like a sort of bit of like the Eight of Pentacles together. Well, the Knight of Pentacles together with the Magician. It's kind of how I always look at it, but anyway, so I feel like what else you need to know about yourself, about who you are, from the perspective of a tarot or energy reader, is that I did mention stubbornness before. I do want to look in a guidebook for this one as well, just to know for sure. 98 and 74. Okay. Oh, turns out that I'm dumb. No, the Magi is a seer of illusion, and in turn they are able to cut through the fog and get to work. The fun house. Oh my gosh, a mirrored fun house. Oh my gosh, how much do you guys like that kind of stuff? Like when you're at like at a thingy park. What's that called? But when you have like such fun houses, you know, where you get tricked or something, or like with the illusions of like those fun mirrors. If that's, I don't even know what it's called. The Magi indicates a period when you need to look deeper. It asks you to examine what you think you know and keep going. Throughout our lives, we build an infrastructure of beliefs that allow us to navigate life. And, oh. For some reason, I immediately was at this cards page again. So I do feel like there is some sort of message here as advice to be able more open toward the things that you don't know, and to not stick to boundaries that, as I said before, are not necessarily, well, boundaries, but more like stubbornness and keeps you from growing. And I feel like this has a lot to do with you and presenting yourself the love that you deserve. Like, well, like your self-love, it's necessary. Let's see, what else do I see? And it's also like, okay, I'm hearing a message, like, to give yourself time and permission. I cannot stand, like, just a second. I don't even know if you will notice that in when a reading comes out, because I usually cannot stand this and I edit it anyways. So anyway, I feel like this is talking about how you should, again, like, really focus on that thing that you do, which notice when things are not really working out for you, and how and why that may be the case. And it's not because the world is against you or anything like that, but more like, or the universe or whatever you prefer. It's not like anything or anyone is against you. It's more like your tactics toward yourself may be a little bit crooked. But I don't really feel like that's for like a lot of you. I feel like this is like the little bit of advice to not stray too far from where you are right now. And not to say like to stay stubborn and stay stuck, but to stray too far from how things are currently going, which is very well. but to stay open toward things being presented in a different way than you expected. There's something about that. So let's see if there's anything else that you need to know. Well, I think you do, but anyway. So what will the tarot / energy reader want you to know? Oh, oops, forgot about that. Support your physical body. The current state of your physical self-care significantly affects the current state of your intuitive abilities. Whether your health is robust, you're recovering from an I don't even know if that's the right way of saying it, by the way. You're recovering from an injury, or you're managing a chronic condition or some whatever condition. It doesn't matter. Be a protective steward of the vessel that houses your sixth sense. Your body requests more support or attention now. Actually, yo, sorry about this, but happens. Nurture with healing touch. Snuggle and cuddle with a pet, child, or partner. Get a healing massage. Wrap yourself in a welcoming blanket. Surround yourself with soft pillows and wear feel-good fabrics. Gently lather up in the shower and condition down after. Pedicures, haircuts, or even the wind against your skin can be healing and grounding. Coziness is curative. Let's see, enough space? Yes, we do. Okay. Number 13, breathe. This moment matters most. That's interesting. I was talking about breathing and stuff like that, exercises maybe. How can you focus on a moment and appreciate all that as well? I don't really feel like sometimes saying anything else, because the message may be enough. And then we have set your intentions with heart and soul. So I feel like what is important for you right now, and what a tarot / energy reader will want you to know, is to take better care of yourself right now, and to listen to your body, to support your physical body, and to really release what is not yours, what is not meant to be cropped down there, if that makes any sense. So yeah, group 1, that's all I have for you. So just to remind you, the like button underneath this video is there to confirm to me that you enjoyed and appreciate the reading, and also shows me what you want to see in the future. If you want to support me, you can comment down below and let me know how it resonates, and any other ways of supporting me are mentioned in the description if you are interested. I'm sending you much love, joy, and healing. Thank you so much for being here and letting me read for you, and I hope to see you back soon. Hi, group 2, welcome to your reading. So we'll be looking into how will the tarot reader and our energy reader perceive you. So let's get started with some pre-shuffled oracle cards to see your energy, or whatever. Inner Sun, number 39. Okay, I just realized something. I took a little while, and I felt called to get the guidebook, and from that one I felt called to get my phone and look up that information to get more, and there's wrong information in this guidebook. It says that the solar plexus chakra is directly related to emotions, but that's not true, because that's the sacral chakra. Wow. Okay, so I could be a little bit of a dummy, but I did send the information to the ones who I purchased it from, because I cannot stand it when guidebooks or cards give off wrong information. So I got a little bit excited and scrapped some things, like just took a pen and just kind of, yeah. It's like reading things that just are not true. I don't know. I cannot stand that, but we'll continue. It took me like maybe almost an hour, but hey, I'm still gonna do it. This is not the solar plexus. This is apparently the sacral chakra. And if it was meant as solar plexus, then they should not have said that it was about emotions. Yeah. It's almost like they mix sacral and solar plexus together. Okay, I'll stop with my rant and I'll keep going. Memory. I'm going to apologize in advance in case this is going to bother me a little bit in the near future. Sanctuary. Curate your realm, sacred space, altar, haven. I just love how my intuition was immediately like, this seems not right, so I'm gonna look it up. Because I have no clue about this stuff. That's the thing. That's why I'm like, why I said I may be a dummy, because I don't know, a dummy, but I don't mind correction, but then it's really just very not well explained anyway. The second bloom, a second chance, it's never too late, new possibilities. This is about, right, how will the tarot / energy reader perceive you? Okay. Where is this? Okay. Coral, allow flow, synchronicity into your life. Number 18. And not just, wait. Yeah. This is the color of the sacral chakra. Oh, this is so ridiculous. Like, okay. Like, I'm gonna be open about it. I may be a dummy, and this may be actually true, but from what I've heard, from what I've read, that should not actually be the case. And then I'm very disappointed. And yeah, I'll just have to deal with that. Mushrooms. I have nothing with those things unless eating them, depending on what kind, because I don't want to poison myself. Let's see. I'm a little bit chaotic because I just took an hour to analyze all of this. Yeah, so let's see. Number 24, number 18, number 39, and also number 37. Let's see. So, fungi, okay. Oh, that's a nice description. Fungi are sometimes commercially grown in horse shit. Well, thank you for that information. Okay. Oh, right. Compost for this card. Right. That glorious, rich, black, energy-dense magic that nourishes plants, mushrooms, and indirectly create creatures. Creatures? Are you kidding me? I'm not. I can't speak. Creatures, us included. Okay. Okay. This card encourages us to embrace the gross and think of the full life cycles that go into keeping us fed and sustained. Embrace the gross. Well, I have nothing to say about that. I'll just keep my mouth shut, you know? Okay. You seem very deep. Like your energy feels like I don't even know why I'm doing this, but I'm like holding like my hand like this, like on my chest, like on my, like at my heart, pretty much. And I don't know why I'm doing it, but I feel like it's very deep. Your energy feels like as if your heart, emotions, like if you could see me, I'm literally like pressing my hand against my heart, almost like it's like literally like this. And I don't know what to do with this. I don't know what this means, other than, you know, when people speak or whatever, that they I'm distracted, that they, when they are speaking from, like when they're literally like expressing something very dear to them, that they keep like will hold their hand against their chest, because it's just something like that. So I feel like there could be this energy from you where your heart, your space for people is just very deep, very, I'm hearing the word nauseous, which, nauseous, I'm not sick. Maybe you're feeling a little sick or tired, I don't know. Okay, focus. What's this? Okay, it's in the card. I thought it was like a spot that I created or something, because I'm so good at making a mess with everything and at everything. Like recently I just had like this like gas lighter, like not like just a random like lighter, but like this, let me just show it to you. Don't be shocked. I have like this thing, and it's usually made for like certain desserts or something. That's actually why I got it. But sometimes I use it for my candles to get the wax from the sides, and I kind of like melt it down. But I put it like somewhere, and the fire was off, and I wanted to go grab something, so I kind of went over with my arm like that, but I grazed slightly against the edge of where the fire was just a few seconds ago, and I burnt myself. I don't even know why I wanted to tell this, why I wanted to say it anymore. But now I have like a burny wound. I'm not going to show it because I don't have any something on it. Why did I want to say that? Well, maybe you're just hot. I don't know. I really don't remember what I wanted to say with that. I'm thinking about what I was just doing. I don't know, like something, I don't remember. Sorry, I don't. Maybe I explained it before, so you already know what I'm talking about. Well, whether I doubt it or not doesn't really matter, because I just don't remember. But your energy feels true to your core being. And again, I'm putting my hand like where my heart is, like I'm like pushing on, like against me, like I'm not like gently like putting it on my heart, but like pushing as if I'm trying to I don't know what I'm trying to do, honestly. Okay, Spirit, can I have some assistance here? Just a teeny tiny little bit. Well, maybe it's because I put my attention into a 1 hour thing, into looking at what sacral and what solar plexus chakra is, could also be the case. Let me just try to explain, because I feel like your energy is very I need to explain it to myself first. I guess that's the thing. That's the thing happening. Like, I really don't remember why I wanted to mention the thing with me burning my, well, side of my hand. Like, it's here, so you cannot really see it. I said that before. Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, so self-esteem, fatigue, emotions. Emotions. Ooh. Misinformation really gets me. Gets to me. Okay. I'm chill, don't worry. I'm just distracted. Just okay. So let me just say it like this. Your energy is hard to explain. Not because it's something bad, but I feel like it's something to feel instead of to explain. And you may even feel like expressing it may be a little bit of a struggle. The song that recently came out, not that I'm really one for like, oh, that's what's the news, what's the new shit, like, no, but it's the song by Citizen Soldier and Sky Daddy, I'd say. It's not really Daddy, it's the A is it's not an A but Nyx, and it's called Heavy. And that song actually vibes, like, because I feel like it's a lot of emotions, a lot of things like shit, that literal shit, I don't know. Well, not literal, you know, well, okay. Your energy feels very, I'm hearing, like, again, like, heavy, the word that I was, from the song. It's called Heavy. Second chance, it's never too late, new possibilities. So I feel like a tarot and energy reader would, I'm hearing like they will really just want to sit with you and be like, you are not a burden. You are not a struggle. You may feel like you are because you are struggling, not because you are a struggle, but because you struggle yourself. And then it may, I mean, honestly, I feel like I've been doing for like almost an hour of a reading when actually it's like, oh, like 15 minutes only, because of the information, everything that I've been doing. And I myself am like, oh gosh, like this is so much, like I hope they're not getting bothered. But honestly, I am getting bothered, or I'm struggling. Well, I'm not really getting bothered, okay, but like I'm struggling with something, and that's when it feels harder, and like, oh, maybe other people feel that way too because I am struggling. But I don't really feel like it really dominates your life. If anything, I feel like this is just something you took with you, something like a burden, a struggle. Like, I keep hearing these words, burden and struggle. I do honestly feel like you see yourself as, like, it's not really about how you see yourself, but it's you see yourself as like what you have experienced, which is heavy. So you think that you as a person are heavy, like whether it has to do with weight or like externally or internally or both. I mean, like physically or mentally, it doesn't matter. Unless it does to you, of course, that's a different kind of story. But I feel like you only feel that way because you're used to that. You're used to feeling the heaviness. So you automatically kind of it's almost like the projection that other people put onto you, or what they did to you, or I don't even know what they means right now, but what has happened to you is not a reflection of who you are, it's a reflection of what happened. And that you are not to blame for what happened. I don't know why I feel so called to say it like that. Like, yo, you're not a burden. You're just feeling a burden. And that's why you think that you will be even more of a burden when you've never really been one. Some people really are just most annoying piece of shit. Like, I'm just gonna be honest, not you, but like, like doing these kind of things, like, because especially when we're younger and we don't understand these things, like, we just take it on and don't know what the impact is and what people actually are doing. And the funny thing is, they don't even know it themselves, and that's actually not really that funny. It's just sometimes I'm like, it's okay if you make mistakes, but it's not okay, or it's a little bit different of a story if other people are included and they cannot control or change the outcome that has happened because of other people's impacts. It's, and I mean, we're not perfect at all. We're perfectly imperfect in our own way, but still. Anyway, like, my rambling about this kind of stuff could literally also be how a tarot reader will perceive you, and not like you as a person, but how you have been treated, or how you come across as someone who just is burdened and not someone who is a burden. So they will see like, damn, you must have gone through a lot of shit to think all of this, kind of stuff. Or to really feel that, like, in all honesty, I feel like an energy, or especially an energy reader, will really pick up that you really keep together, like, and I'm feeling like I'm feeling like the nastiest piece of shit, not necessarily literally, but I'm saying all of these swear words and stuff like that, and what is this? Like, either you're just comfortable using those words, but, or like, honestly, sometimes I like it when people swear at people that I don't like, not because I'm that kind of toxic person, but more because I've never had that kind of protection from somebody, so when they say like, yeah, they're just not just like a real bad person, but they say like something really nasty about someone who has hurt me or something, then that immediately translates, well, not immediately, but that gives me the feeling of like, well, they must really care if they get so upset over something that happened to me from somebody else, So I feel like the way that you show yourself is just so mature and grown up and so controlled in a way where you're just so afraid, for example, to open up or to show up in a way, even for yourself and people, and just an energy tarot reader will immediately pick up on like, okay, this person has some baggage, has some, not because you look like a typical emo, so ridiculous, not because you look like a typical like troublemaker or whatever, but because you look like you're so controlled that it's not even you being able to be naturally yourself anymore, as if you've pushed down those positive aspects of yourself because you think that people will just not like or accept that, or because you've been doing that for such a long time. And maybe with the misinformation part at the beginning, with the guidebook that I was talking about with this card, like, it's not a bad card, but the description, like, dude, it's very important for me that information is correct, otherwise it's just incorrect. Like, yo, facts, whatever. but maybe there could be something where you were given, like, okay, so maybe misinformation is a little bit of an understatement, but where people have said things to word, like, about you or stuff like that, that was just completely wrong, and you have kept that knowledge with you, thinking that that is just the truth, which in actuality it is far from the truth. It is poor, like a lack of knowledge, a lack of observation, a lack of understanding, a lack of everything, possibly of an high IQ too. Like, if we're gonna be such an idiot, you know, like, okay, we're gonna get a little bit petty, like, okay, so if this person did not want to have these kind of consequences, then they should have watched out for their own actions. That's just how it is. And sometimes I'm like, well, we aren't, like, I'm mostly like, we just all are imperfect, but this, whatever has happened, whatever has occurred, has left such an impact on you that you are not able to be fully yourself and embrace your emotions. And, for example, cry. I mean, oh God, I'm being confronted by spirit. Cry in front of other people, because I mentioned this today. Like I'm talking, like, in my mind, I'm talking to spirit, constantly. It's good shit. Honestly, I love it. And now I'm being reminded again, like, because I also, like, honestly, I did dislike mostly crying in front of other people, showing emotions in front of other people, being in front of other people, having anything to do with other people. It's so entire mixture. But mostly because of the fear of, like, being stared at or looked at. Like, I cannot stand it. Like, I dislike being in the spotlight for whatever reason. Like, I'll dive deeper into that. It's an interesting kind of topic. Why are you afraid of the spotlight? I need to write that down. Where is my pen? Where's paper? Why are you afraid of the spotlight, or anything related to spotlight in the reading? No, that's not. Okay. If you will be interested in something like that as a general reading, please let me know down in the comments below, because I appreciate, you confirming that you like that. Or anything else that has to do with, like, spotlight or fears, or maybe not even at all with shadow work kind of stuff. Like, I'd be interested. But please do not put expectations on when I'm supposed to be doing these readings. I'm just gonna go keep them somewhere close, like in my phone, in my notes, and then I'll get back to it whenever I feel like it's the right time. Okay, so no, I really feel like I'm putting my hands against my chest again. I feel like your energy is very, very, like, your energy is beautiful, but I feel like your energy is very much overflowing with, I'm holding back everything. Like, your energy really feels as if, like, it's interesting because this kind of talks about, you know, like, the sacral chakra, emotions, and, like, all that stuff. And why do I necessarily, okay, well, energy is energy, but why do I necessarily feel like you are, like, there's this huge topic about, like, hiding your emotions, or I don't even know. I'm getting distracted by something. Maybe I should focus on the reading instead of the television. So let's see. With the other readings, I did this too. So I'm gonna go and take these cards, and yeah, I'll see what I'll do. Let's see how do. Okay, let's. Okay, I'm getting confused by myself. Not confused, chaotic, distracted. So let's take a look at what a tarot/energy reader will tell you about who you are. First thing was definitely like, well, you're a great person. You're very gentle. Well, I don't know about gentle. Very kind, generous, and giving. But when it comes to yourself, you're like, who? Who? Me? What do you mean me? I'm not used to me. Putting attention to me, well, I'm not very sure about that for every single one, but definitely when it comes to your emotions. Like, I'm right now even being given, like, the example how you may even, like, yeah, I spend so much time and effort on my body and my well-being and in my health and stuff, but yeah, but I feel like there is some part that's missing, and that is your emotions, and not like it's good to take care of yourself. The thing is it actually like really taking care of yourself, or are you trying to avoid that part that is hiding deep inside and wants to be seen? So instead of like doing the inner work, you're doing the outer work to distract yourself from the entire topic of what's happening inside, whether you're aware of this or not. Okay, so let's see. Okay, something. Where's that thing? Where's that thing? Oh, hidden. Like I need to do something. Or I could not focus on this reading unless I was looking at something that has to do with horror. So, oh gosh, I do not want to get jump scared. Let's just say that. Anyone know the game At Dead of Night? It's been a while, but still, I don't know, couldn't focus. That's called hyper focus. You can only focus with something else or whatever. So, what will the tarot reader/energy reader tell you about you, about who you are? So, y'all, you're going to find out today, who are you in the eyes of a tarot/energy reader. Of course, take everything with, grain of salt. Okay, yeah. Nine of Wands, persistence. Yeah, I can definitely tell. I just want to say as well, like, in case in case you haven't done this yet, there is a way to support me by just liking the video, so I know that you appreciate my effort and that you like this reading, I suppose. I mean, why else would you like the video? Not just because I'm just an amazing human being or something like that. No. Like, okay. Sometimes I don't know what I'm even talking about. Anyway, I just kind of said it because I have the tendency to, like, immediately when I watch a video and to me it's not a bad video, I just push a like button. Like, I don't know what it is. I just push a like button just because I like the person who's doing that. There's something about that. I don't know. We have the Nine of Wands with persistence. Yeah, the Nine of Wands is like, well, I'm fucking tired. I am exhausted. I am a little bit skeptic and paranoid. Well, I don't know about paranoid. It's anything. Anyway. Nine of Wands is like the wounded warrior. And this is what a tarot reader will say about you, energy reader. Like, yo, like... like, you're definitely a fighter. You're definitely someone who is the shit. I don't know why I'm talking like this. This is not my way of talking. Well, I don't know, actually. Sometimes I just like joking around with when I'm swearing, like, not too bad kind of stuff. Well, at least in English. In English, it's a little bit safer than where I live, like in the Netherlands, where these crazy idiots swear with words like diseases. And I grew up in that kind of environment, so very, very toxic, very incredibly toxic. I need to do something. Okay. Now, the Knight of Wands talks about, again, excuse me, what? That's not the Knight of Wands, it's the Six of Wands. Knight of Wands. Oh, okay, for a second I thought that this, well, I think sunflower flower had 9 petals, but no. That would have been a funny coincidence, if at all. Okay, I'm trying my best to stay focused. Why am I... Can I have a clarifier for the Nine of Wands? Like a tarot and energy reader will say, like, you're definitely a badass, like, you're, like... But I want a specific, like, I want more specific, because you want to know the good shit. Okay, let's just find out. Clarifier for the Nine of Wands. What is the Nine of Wands specifically talking about? I'm hearing you got yourself out of a train wreck. Wow. I'm honestly speechless for a moment. Like, sometimes I myself struggle with getting the right words out to describe what I experienced, or how I feel. And it never really, because it was so normalized. Things like trauma is so normalized nowadays, right? Well, not nowadays, but it's just, if you experience something and you do not have someone in the background saying, like, what the fuck is happening, this is not okay, you know, then you'll get used to it as if it's just normal, especially for me. Yeah, well, I'm surely not the only one. But it almost felt like I could actually, you know, like sometimes I think to myself, like, I wished that I could, like, this may sound strange, but I wish that I could see my story in, like my specific story, like, being displayed or being shown, like, as in a movie or in a, like, an adventure, or not adventure, in, like, a game or something specifically, or book, you know, something like that, very specific, and not all the unnecessary details of the things that did go right or stuff like that. But you know, like, gosh, how do I explain? Like, my life has been, like, a huge piece of, yeah, also train wreck, but since there were just so not many people who were doing much about it, since everything was normalized, I don't even know how to explain. As I said before, like, I'm kind of speechless. Like, maybe you can agree with me on this, but sometimes I feel like maybe this is a better way of saying it. I was once with, like, a friend and her other 1 or 2 friends on her birthday. We went out and we went ghost observing. I don't know. Like, we kind of went to kind of see, because she was able to sense the paranormal, which I kind of am too, but I don't really see them as, like, as very vividly as she does. Don't know, like, if she even is very connected with that anymore. I have no clue. I'm not friends with her, which is a good thing. No offense. But suddenly the conversation when we were walking outside really kind of switched, and it was actually kind of comfortable and cool. And suddenly it switched like so dramatically. And there was something asked about my past or about what happened, and my friend was so, well, upset with my story, not because I did something where I was the wrong one, but because for what I had experienced. And she bluntly just threw out there, like in like a very few words, what I had experienced, and that completely shook me. So I immediately cried, not because she was wrong, or because that I wasn't aware of it, but because she made it sound so horrific, and I was like, whoa. And I didn't even realize that it was so horrifying, because to me it was so normal. If you know what I'm saying, it kind of, it just feels like that, like, and I just heard like train wreck, so it's very easy for me to just kind of accept things as they are, if that makes any sense, to be so normal about it, unless I have like this very sharp kind of explanation without too much detail. I'm gonna be honest, and that immediately brings me like, damn, that's just the case. And it was so harsh, but it was so good, because I never had somebody like sort of like stick up for me like that, even if she literally didn't do anything about it, but she was so upset with what had happened, and I was so shocked that she was so upset, and also at her choice of words. It completely threw me off, and I was like, whoa. Like, I started crying, and it was like, nobody was like mad or something, but that was such a shocker. I don't know if you also have like experienced something like that. But as soon as I heard train wreck, like that kind of came across just like that, like bam. And I feel like you have been, like, honestly, like you have been through quite a lot as well. I don't know what, how, why, when, details, whether they matter to you or not. And like I was holding my hand against, like, even hands against my heart all the time. So like I'm doing it again right now. So like I feel like an energy or tarot reader will definitely be really very touched, or very, well, not touched, well, that sounds a little bit gross, but in a way where, sorry. Sorry, I was talking about something, but I got jump scared for a second. I need a moment. Okay, I'm back to my senses. I had to kind of, okay, I'm doing fine. Just bear with me for a moment. Let me just take a sip of my drink. All right. But I just heard train wreck. And the train wreck reminds me of, like, whatever it was. Like, like, who, like, even if you think of, like, specific tarot reader, energy reader, they will be so, like, they don't even know what it is that it has happened. Maybe they do. Like who am I to say that they don't? But whatever it is, they will just feel your innocence, and purity, and that it was silenced for a long time. Now, can I have a clarifier for the Knight of Wands, please? You know, after a long time. But to me, it feels like a long time, but I honestly don't remember. Me and time do not really pair up well. King of Wands. Okay. King of Wands, huh? I feel like, not that the Nine of Wands specifically talks about the King of Wands, but I feel like this is talking about, like, if a tarot / energy reader would say who you are, then they would say, then they would not focus on your past, they will focus on your willpower, on the strength you have and how much it has brought you. Like, and I'm not talking about the experience, I'm talking about your actions that have caused you to grow, your own input. Because I even read a quote like more than a year or two ago, and it said something like, the trauma did not make me grow. My persistence and willingness and my stubbornness made me. Like, it's about what I choose. It's not the trauma, because in all honesty, there are people who get so fucked up from a trauma that they go a completely different direction, which no one wants. Whether it has to do with doing something that they may regret toward themselves, or turning into something or someone that people are terrified of. Let's just say it like that. So you chose to go toward this direction. That was your decision, not your traumas. Trauma's impact was your own decision. So what would a tarot reader, like, they will really just applaud you for your resistance toward things that do not serve you, that, like, I'm hearing holding yourself accountable. That's very good. Holding yourself accountable for the things that you can do for yourself. I'm hearing not whining over it. Well, I don't want to be so harsh because you're crying or because this or that, you know, like, everyone deals with their things in their own way, and I'm not gonna dare and shame anyone for that, you know, unless they're really turning completely, well, problem, like, unless they, like, what they do with their life is their, like, and this is my way of looking at life on it, like, where people, what they do with their life is their problem. But if they include children, animals, or do something that is hurtful or illegal or stuff like that, that is not going to help anyone, then I'm not, like, you know, then I'm not really for that. So, yeah. What will the tarot / energy reader say about you? Nope. Not so many cards. Why am I not hearing any sounds? Oh, that's why. Oh, well, hello. Hi, we have Nine of Swords. Nine of Swords talks about deep anxieties, about fears, about depression, about mental illness. I don't know why I feel the need to be so bam, bam, bam with this card. Like, this is the card of, like, you can't sleep because of nightmares keeping you, well, because of your thoughts keeping you up, or because everything is just getting too much for you mentally. So it's getting subconscious, and then it turns into your dreams, and your dreams are representing that what you fear the most. Ta-da! There you go. Which reminds me of something I've been dreaming about, and I do not want to talk about it. Dreams are weird anyways. But can I have a Nine of Swords for the Nine of Swords? Yeah. Can I have a card clarifier for the Nine of Swords? And we have the Death card. Okay. Oh, my vocal stimming is going on again. Welcome to my channel. If you didn't notice yet, I am trying to be myself. So okay, this is way too loud. Okay. So I feel like this is talking about, like, what will a tarot reader say about you is that well, honestly talks about like changes, about heavy changes. Heavy. I'm listening to the song Heavy again. Oh gosh. That's why I'm saying heavy. Like, okay. So, hi, I'm weird. And I'm proud of it. At least when I'm alone. Which I sort of am not. Well, I am. But not in energy. Anyways. We have 2 9s, by the way. We have 2 9 of Wands and 9 of Swords. I feel like, well, with the Death card, it talks about major change, like, and not just change. This talks about endings. This talks about death. Like, I have never seen someone resurrect from the death. Not to say that it's not possible, you know. Like, I not like, if I don't know anything about it, I'm not going to speak about it. But this to me will represent how a tarot or energy reader would tell you about you as someone who, I feel like a tarot reader or energy reader would really want you to understand something here, and how, yeah, I'm losing a little bit of like the context, you know, of like what's happening here. So that's why I'm a little bit like struggling a little bit. Speak English very well. Me does very good. Even if I just make myself like crack up. I feel like you may still wonder about how things could have gone differently when it comes to like what the tarot or energy reader will say to you about who you are. I think that they would like tell you about how you're still processing everything that has happened, how you're still processing, and how, because I don't really understand right now. I am having a little bit of struggle. So the 9 of Swords. So fears about or constantly overthinking something that has ended. But it's not in the way of like, oh, a relationship or I'm regretting some things. But it's like you are not able to forget something. Which, I mean, yeah, memories. We did have the card somewhere here. There you go. But I need another card here. Just creating a little bit more space. You know, something that you also need to do for yourself in your heart space. Or something like that. Okay, I have another card. Another card, not another cards. Okay, I'll take this one. 4 of Swords. I kind of feel like it makes sense, but I don't know why. You know, when you feel like, oh yeah, that's a good card to fall out, but then it's like, but wait, why actually? Number 9, number 12, number 3, number 13, number 4 will be significant. Oh yeah, four twice. Because if you add 1, 3, you know, not just 13. Well, thank you, by the way, for having patience with me, anyone who's watching, because those are the good, really awesome kind of people. I mean, why would you be here if you're not patient? Like, I'm trying to get a flippin' message out for you. Anyway. Recovery. Despair. I did not read the messages, the thingies underneath. I'm a little bit distracted in case you didn't notice yet. Just give me a moment. I mean, it's kind of late. Gotta go to bed soon. Whenever I'm filming this, I mean. I feel like this talks about like what a tarot energy reader will tell you about who you are. I feel like I'm being immediately brought to how I feel like a tarot energy reader will like say like it's like I can like they can say much about like who you are, but they will want to remind you that what you're struggling with is not who you are. What you're struggling with is something you're struggling with. It's something you're experiencing, not something that you need to identify with as that's you, but identify with as or align with as this is my experience. This is what I feel pain with. This is that I am afraid of. And I feel like you're afraid. I'm hearing being afraid of being left alone, being afraid of like being wow, that's horrible. Taken advantage of, and I do not want to elaborate on what we're talking about here. Okay, I do not want to talk about the advantage part. Like, I personally just don't want to. Also, it's not really important what kind of anyway, okay. I'm trying to not speak too much, if that makes any sense. I feel like a tarot reader will really want to reassure you that whatever you're experiencing and have experienced in the past is not a part of who you are. It's a part of your experience. One can identify with that as like, that's just me, but what is you or what stays with you, that is the memory, and not the impact it has had, as I said before, like how you dealt with or how you really went along was in a way that, or at least right now, it's like you're more than just a survivor. So like I feel like they will tell you that what has happened is the past and it's gone. And they will tell you that they're really like, maybe they will tell you like in the meantime that well, not in the meantime, but they will tell you that what is happening right now or what you are right now experiencing and what you think is maybe just your life and how it will always be, but they will tell you like what you're experiencing is not the life that you need to just accept as if it's just your fate, just your, like, your, almost like a goal. This, what you're experiencing and what may be happening for a longer time, which that's just a human thing, is that you're healing. They will want to tell you that who you are has nothing to do with your experience. It's more about what you do with those experiences and your own actions. And that you can rest assured that this will not be forever, and it will only get easier. And some say it doesn't get easier, you just get used to it, and well, that could be true for some. But it does get easier because, to me, honestly, in such scenarios, if you learn more about yourself and if you heal more, it does get easier because you don't really get used to it. You get used to feeling more comfort, more... It's hard to explain. It's honestly very hard to explain. And I was actually jump scared just for a second. Did not see that coming. Anyway, in case anyone is wondering, me having things on or happening in the background actually helps me focus, because if I force myself to focus too much, I actually space out. Like, I don't even know how to explain. But that's why I have these things happening, so I can like kind of like laugh about that, you know, for a second, and then it's like, okay, let's get back to what I was doing, and then I'm able to focus again. For anyone who's an ADHD dummy. No, just kidding, but I will not... It doesn't have to get ridiculous, of course. Like, I don't need to over-explain. What would an energy / tarot reader... Dude, what's happening? Don't. My card's just freaking out. What will the tarot / stop doing that. Tarot / energy reader tell you about who you are? The song Anatomy by Kenzie could be relevant to, or as well. I don't know, but it's not for everyone, of course, but I'm just saying. I suppose this is like, this has to be a longer reading because the topic is a little bit heavier. I don't know, because you just need more guidance, I suppose. You need more messages. What's wrong with having a longer reading? I mean, for the ones who know me for a longer while, you know that it could be worse. Or better. Depends on how you look at it. Hello, can you not like do that? Thank you. Okay, so did I just... Okay. What will the tarot / energy reader tell you about who you are? Okay, I do feel... What will the tarot / energy reader tell you? Group 2. I have strength. Okay, strength I think came out for group 1 as well. So if you felt called to group 1, you may want to watch that one. Maybe there's a message for you in there, but if you did not, then just ignore me. It's just for the one who, well, honestly, like, I do not mind you paying more, like giving me more viewing time on YouTube, but just kidding. But no, but do whatever you feel like you want to do. I'm hearing, like, for some of you, you may even want to come back like a while later and then watch the other reading. Maybe that's something for some of you. And if a clarifier, please, for strength. So, like, well, honestly, it does, yeah. Like, with strength, like, which also reminds me of the Nine of Wands here. It's like, but strength does not just lie in like, oh yeah, I have muscles, dude. Look at me, I go to the gym. Can you see it? No, but it's like the muscles, that's not always, that doesn't always have to do anything with like making anything. Okay, that sounds a little weird in my head, but making, okay, that sounds even worse. Like, you can straighten your muscles, right? But it doesn't always have to be like your muscles, like in your arms, legs, stuff like that. It can also be like strengthening your mind, your heart, self-esteem, something like that. But what is strength right now talking about? I want to clarify. With the devil, oh, that's very interesting. So with the devil, okay, so the devil was not the first card to fall, it was the second. So even if it's not in reverse, I think I think that I will say it like this. So the devil is about addictions, about not very good things, the shadow side, accepting pain, delusions, ego. It has to do a lot with like things we do not want to see or that we're turning a blind eye toward. Not necessarily just that, but it's definitely like where's the good card, the book, guidebook? Addictive, feeling bound by a situation, shadow self, judgment, petty things become as important as spiritual matters once were. Wow. Negativity, temptation, stuck in darkness. You know, make also, I think temporary temporarily like decisions or things, like it's not permanent, something like, oh, I'll just do this so I'll feel better for a second, and then I have to do it over and over and over again, you know, like that's what it kind of is like. But I feel like with the I just want to say, if you just heard like a loud noise like in my chair as if I jumped or something, yeah. So do I need to elaborate on that? Do I need to say anything else? Another jump scare. I'm fine. Only live a few years less. But no, I feel like this mostly talks about how you have been very, like how you've come toward a part of yourself that's very strong. Like you know that you don't need to indulge in things like that. So for example, I as a person, the only addiction I have is nasal spray. Like, honestly, like anything like that, like because I will like hyperventilate if I feel like I can't breathe even for like a little bit, if my nose is like stuffed and all that like shit. That's the only thing I have, and I'm actually working on it currently, so that's a big step forward. But if anything, like I've never even tried to go toward things like you know, getting like I tried smoking once, but if there was one thing that I liked the most, it was the smoke, and not like the, you know, the smoke that comes from the cigarette, but not necessarily like really smoking it, if that makes any sense. So I never got addicted, even if it almost seemed like I did. Like I never did. Like I just, the only reason why I would not throw it away was like, that's waste of my money. Like, anyway, like maybe I'm laughing about it. I don't know if other people would, but I never got addicted to these kind of things. So If anything, it is just hyper focus, but not addiction. So I never got myself in such situations, and it could be that you are the same. Don't want to be like, oh, you're just like me, but yeah, like I just feel like you're not really one. Why do I not hear music? Yeah, okay. Playlist. I cannot stand it if there's too much quiet. Like, even though you have things going on, like, and I feel like, and you're healing, you know, but I feel like you're very, like, you've built a lot of strength in that area where you do not easily get tempted, where you do not easily get into something that you know it's not gonna help you. You know, it feels like you're very mature in that kind of, in that situation, in such an aspects. It's like, I'm hearing like you're just clean, you know. I feel like you don't really have much, like, I feel like you're doing better than you may think, but because, well, better because of like your body, like I said before, like you may like be very healthy when it comes to your body, but maybe you're mentally just really struggling. And I'm not saying that as like, oh, you're crazy, because that's bullshit. Just because someone is struggling doesn't mean that we have the right to call them crazy, because we are not able to understand what they're experiencing. That's just the way it is. And people are disgusting for even trying to do that in the first place. If we don't understand one another, then just shut up. You know? Get busy with yourself. And I feel like you understand that like no other person. But that's just my projection. No, just kidding. But oh, don't do that. So anything else? What would a tarot/energy reader tell you about who you are? Well, strong in your opinion, strong in your ambitions, in your desires. And it's okay to spill, I'm hearing spill those desires. Shadow. Yeah, I do feel shadow is being mentioned twice actually right now. So anything else? What would a tarot/energy reader tell you about who you are? I feel if there's anything that you're stuck with, and it has nothing to do really with like that you're in this space is already something that you are struggling with. Like, I feel like you don't need anything else to make it even worse, or to fake to yourself that that's going to make it better. I hope I said that right. Kind of, my mind just kind of twisted in different directions. Okay. What would a tarot/energy reader tell you about who you are? Movement. Okay. And we have the pillar. I'm hearing strong foundation. I feel like you're really, like, you are struggling. And I don't want to say that you are not. And I don't want to be too much like, yo, you're struggling. Get it inside your head. But it's like, okay, what was I talking about? Right, I was talking about struggling. But you improve everything like within and around you so well. I feel like you just handle whatever is going on very well in your situation. It just feels like even if you don't know what to do next, like you make the best decision that you could, and that is not to not to not leave yourself hanging and to make the best decisions that you can, to not take it out on other people, to not give yourself wrong advice. It's a little bit of a, again, struggle for me as well to kind of explain this, honestly. Wait, where's the guidebook, please? I need assistance sometimes, and you do too, and there's nothing wrong with that. Which one? Okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna see it in my own, in my own way. Oh God, I'm really distracted. Okay, but thank God my intuition still works with me. Wants to work with me. That's good English. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Sometimes I kind of, need to reassure myself that I'm doing absolutely amazing, even if it is different from what other people may expect from me. So, a tarot reader, energy reader will, I'm hearing like they will know that you've been through a lot, and they will tell you that that does not define you, that your past does not define you, but your presence, like what you do and your actions and how you move, how your own movement forward is what sets you apart from other people, definitely. And I think that they can only say good things about you. They can only tell you that, yes, there is definitely shadow work and there's definitely struggle, but there is no ignorance, there is no denial. And that doesn't mean that you need to constantly remind yourself of everything that you're struggling with. But maybe this will be a reminder for you that maybe you're struggling, but you've come so far, and not everyone is able to do that, what you did. Not everyone will be able to live with it. Even if you think that it's not that big of a deal, trauma is trauma. I feel like you really need to know, like what a tarot reader will tell you about who you are is that you've did everything you could for yourself, and that whatever happened is like, and what you could not control was what other people did and other people's actions. And you can only you don't need to let those opinions dump kind of word vomiting from other people towards you. Don't let that define you. I'm still distracted, sorry, but I just hope that I'm that everything is going well for you in this reading in general as well. But anyway, now we're going to look into some like if I would say, what will the tarot reader say? Like, I think, like, whether they will struggle as much as I do right now, I feel like they will understand that well, maybe this is literally just the way that you experience it, the struggle. Like, maybe it's just, it may be, like, the way that I'm, doing the reading right now and how I've been doing the reading, may be how you experience communicating about this kind of stuff. And I'm saying again, this does not define you. Your past does not define you, but your behavior, your own actions, and moving forward has brought you to a better place. And I'm feeling like it will get more and more beautiful every step you take. And you can only look at yourself and see how well you've done for yourself, honestly. Like, they will just look at you and say, like, girl, woman, boy, guy, non-binary person, whoever you are, dog, cat, horse, crystal, whoever you are, there is no need to shame yourself for something that you could not control. What other people do is something that they should be worried about. Even though I can kind of imagine that you are kind of also worried about what other people do. Not because you care about them, but because you care about what the consequences could be with their behavior toward you. Anyway, let's now look into the last few messages that I shuffled that I have for you as well. And this is going to be like, what will the tarot reader / energy reader want you to know? So we have a burp coming through, releasing some negative energies, right? Number 59, glimpse the horizon. Occasionally, your sixth sense will strike like lightning on a dark night, briefly illuminating the distant horizon, a hint about what's possible many months or years from now. Set your internal compass by this flash of insight while focusing on the path directly under your feet. Nurture the future by taking thoughtful actions today. And this is literally something that you not only need to know, but this is something that I definitely see that you're already doing. You're really, like, this is, like, as I said, like, you're making the steps, taking the steps and making movement forward, and it's admirable. And not because you've been through so much. No, because the way that you take care of yourself is something that not many others will do. Now, we have a grief card. Establish routines and daily rhythms. Regular routines throughout the day that are gentle and consistent ground the nervous system and offer a sense of stability. Wow, why does that sound so... Routine. Love it. Simple routines like getting up at the same time every morning, walking the neighborhood, or meditating for 10 minutes can be therapeutic. Don't make routines too rigid or restrictive. Do make your own rules and discover your rhythm. Yeah, this has nothing to do with like what you need to do because that's what you're used to or whatever from someone, something else. This has to do with what you find to be comfortable. Don't make routines too rigid or restrictive. It's I don't know. I have nothing to say about that. Not at all talking about my own experience or something. No, not that. So, number 33, take responsibility for your life as a creative adventure. This is something you're already doing. And this is what a tarot / energy reader would want you to know, is that you think that this is advice for what you need to do, but sweetheart, you are already doing it. You really are. Like, there's no need to worry about whether you're doing the right thing because you're doing it in every way possible. Even making mistakes is something that's okay. It's even good. Like, I like making mistakes because then I learn. At least most of the times. How can you live with more meaning, integrity, and truth? I do not understand how that has anything to do with taking responsibility. Okay. Anyway. And then the last card we have is celebrate yourself. You deserve it. And I really feel like that is the case. Like a tarot reader would say like you need to celebrate yourself. Well, it's going to be a little bit pointless if you do it because other people want you to do it, but you know what I mean? Like, you can take into account what you have accomplished for yourself and how you've done that, mostly just because of being you. So, oh gosh, I forgot about this again. Sorry. Well, not sorry, but oops. Forgot to put these to the side. Like, I'm trying to be a little more clean, less chaotic, messy with all the cards and stuff like that. So group 2, that's all I have for you. So just to remind you, the like button underneath this video is there to confirm to me that you enjoyed and appreciated the reading, and it also shows me that what you want to see in the future. So if you want to support me, you can comment down below and let me know how it resonates, and any other ways of supporting me are mentioned in the description below if you are interested. I'm sending you much love, joy, and healing. Thank you so much for being here and for letting me do this reading for you, and I hope to see you back soon. Hi group 3, welcome to your reading. So we will be looking into how will the tarot and or slash energy reader perceive you. So let's get started with your energy. How will they perceive you, your energy? Metatron's cube, number 10. I'm hearing sometimes you can be a little bit too smart for your own good. No, nothing offensive, of course, but I do feel like a tarot reader will be like, damn, sometimes I wish I were you. I don't know, that's something I'm picking up on. Like, I don't know, I don't really feel like jealousy, but I do feel like it's something to be really proud of, but it can really have its downsides. That's what I'm picking up on. Let me actually look through the guidebook with, I hope this time, correct information, in case you don't know what I'm talking about. Like the last group had a card that was incorrect. Like the information on it was based on the chakra, and I don't want to talk about it right now, but I don't know. So, okay. It says there's something about Metatron, but it's like my brain is functioning for the first time in my life. Archangel Metatron, like maybe that could be related because of Metatron's cube. Don't know. Well, I'm not really very much about angels and stuff, so. Okay. I'll just focus on energy. Vastness. Currently, you're already getting a lot of blue colors, so I'm being reminded of the throat chakra, which it's pretty much the only chakra that I kind of know about. It kind of contradicts what I said before. Okay, anyway, where is that guidebook? Already thanking you all for being patient with me. Vastness, number 32. Vast universe, much to explore, infinite light, immense color, boundless possibility. The same vastness lives in you. Okay, that's nice. I mean, yeah, now I kind of understand the depiction here. My mind is being a little bit silly with me again. I'm not going to focus on it. Harmonics. Google Translate, how do you experience this shit? Because I don't know. Okay, I pronounced it well. Okay, cool. At least that's what Google Translate knows. And yeah. Vibrational medicine, shared resonance, natural tones. Damn, your energy is just really fine. really nice. Really neat. The Thorn, protection, boundaries, clear communication. Oh gosh. Like, I like how these two colors are like this bluish, and this has like this grayish, purplish vibe to it. Like, this deck is new, by the way. Like, in general, it's new in my collection, but it's also just new on the market. And I'm adoring it. There's like this focus on this, I don't know. Protection, boundaries, clear communication. So let's look at the last two cards. But it's already looking really nice. Your energy feels very... Why is my music stopping suddenly? Why? Okay. Yeah. Not going to talk about it unless it's important. Green. Okay. Revitalize your nervous system. Cutting board. You know, when you're in the kitchen and stuff. Guidebook, because I want to look into the guidebook. Why else? Cutting board number, it's number 9 and 18. Let's see. So I feel like I feel called to read this entire page, which is not that much when you think about it, but cooking is truly magic. Time, effort, and care go into creating food for human and other creatures. Bodies. Food is fuel and directly supports you in your environment, creation, emotions, and ability to love. Think about where your where your food is coming from, how many hands it needed to pass, I hope with hand gloves on, through to get to you. Think about the sun, water, insects. I don't want to think about insects. Plants, animals, farm workers, truck drivers, grocery store employees, everything and everyone, and you, parts of the path that get you nourished. And also the people who financially support me, because otherwise I will not be able to get that anyways. Okay. I'm trying my best to focus. Okay. Think about cooking as meditation, a time to slow down and relish. You need to eat, savor the routine and the ritual, the experimentation, and to play. This is card number 9. And page 18. Those numbers could be significant. Revitalize. Okay, I heard that in my head. Oh, when I look at the timing, it says 12:12. Not like from this reading, but from when I'm filming this. Revitalize. No, not okay. Oh, to bring new life into something. Reinvigorate. Re-energize. Regenerate, restore, revive, rejuvenate, refresh. So I paused the recording for a moment, a longer moment, to kind of try to get more to do with what the nervous system is about. Just a tiny little teensy beatsy bits, or, you know, whatever. I've heard about it before from a tarot reader. Like literally in the general reading, I've heard that, them mentioning it. And I was interested, but not so much because it's quite a lot. But anyway, revitalize your nervous system. And revitalize, as I just found out, has to do with stimulate, put new life into, yeah, reawaken, rekindle, refresh. So it feels very fresh, very, I mean, yes, that's kind of what the card is about. Like, good job with the depiction of it. Like, okay, so green, blue, gray could also be something that you, like a color that you were attracted to, or that you just like because it's not too much. It's not white, it's not black, it's in the middle. Maybe you don't like being too, like, I'm thinking about like being at home. Like, I would not like it if my home will be too light, and I would also not like it if my home will be too dark, unless I feel like it, of course, you know. But I like it when there's like a few lights, but not too much. It's just yeah, it's my, what I find comfortable. But there's something about, like, I don't know whether that even is significant to the reading, but I'm just mentioning it because it makes me understand what's going on in a way. But your energy feels, I don't necessarily feel like it's too smart for your own good, but like, well, it can be sometimes. I don't feel like it's all the time, but I feel like that's a thing that they will definitely, that a tarot reader will definitely, tarot energy reader will definitely pick up on. Like, I'm hearing like no one wants to mess with you. Oh, by the way, if I just want to say, if I, for example, get scared or something like that, it's not because of the reading. I'm having something in the background on, like, on the like television, like a horror let's play thing, to be able to focus on the reading, like, in the first place. Otherwise it will be like a little bit, yeah, like I can't focus unless I'm looking at, I have that in the background. I don't know why. I mean, I know why, but I don't know why specifically that, but I just wanted to explain that for a moment. Your energy, damn, how there's just so much that has nothing to do with, like, or nothing, but like where I can't really be specific about it, if anyone understands what I'm saying here, because it's so broad. Your energy is very, like, nice, it's soothing, and it's, let me just look into the guidebook of the Metatron's cube. Let me see. Okay, it's one of the most powerful symbols of sacred. I'm not reading it like out loud. Like, if you're, I'm gonna put it like this. So if you want to read it, you can read it. I'm just kind of reading it for myself, because if I read it out loud, I tend to not really read what actually, like, not, it doesn't get into my head, if that makes any sense. Okay, this symbol will be a means for the divine to transmit his knowledge and was used as a tool of protection against negative entities. Okay. It will act in an alchemical way. Putting it around you or around the room that you want to clean or protect is very effective, because it is a symbol. Because it is a symbol that is connected to higher beings such as Archangel Metatron. By visualizing this symbol, we connect with this archangel so that it can come to increase our vibratory rate. And help us transmute any low vibration. Like sometimes I'm like, I know how to pronounce those words, but I have no clue what they actually mean. Let's see. Vibratory rates. Okay. Like the speed of vibrations? What? Sorry. I'm kind of reading it, just saying out loud the way that it is translated to me in Dutch. Like, it's like, huh? Speed of... Okay. I don't want to go that route, so I'm just gonna route it. It doesn't matter how I pronounce it. Feel free to, like, well, if you feel like it, you can, of course, skip the silences. Transform, transmute. There's nothing like specific that I can say at the moment, at least. So how am I gonna do this now? So I think I'm gonna get some of these oracle cards, because with the other readings I kind of just used this after I used the tarot, but I'm like, you know what, let's just immediately get to these cards and then we'll see. So how will a tarot / energy reader perceive you? If I may ask so very kindly. I'm hungry. Okay, yeah, okay. Stomach, stomach. Thank you. Not now. I'm hearing something specific, like, and the thing is, this doesn't always have to do with the reading itself, but I do want to mention it because it's interesting, because I'm looking at something and I'm immediately thinking of like, well, why, like, I'm looking at a sort of gameplay, like, if anyone knows, at dead of night, and I'll just explain it from there on. I'm looking like, well, you can get into the elevator and then Jimmy wouldn't, or Hugo wouldn't catch you or whatever, but it's like, why not? Because if he wanted to catch us so badly, why did he just not put like an arm in the, like, before the elevator door, like, closed, you know? If anyone gets what I mean, but it's like wanting to catch us so bad, but just letting us leave so easily. It I don't know. So, that is not like what it has to do with the reading, but how I'm translating it is like, well, you could make it so, you could just take it so easy for yourself, or just, it's so easy to do something for you, but you are more patient and willing to give a little bit more. It's like you don't, like how do I explain this? Like, you can actually take so much advantage of a situation, but you don't. And I'm not saying it like because you need to, but it's more like, sometimes you could do so many things in regards to a situation, and it will actually help you out in a situation, and you're not doing it. I don't know whether you're aware of that you're not doing it, or that you just didn't think about it, but it honestly feels like you're doing it almost like on purpose. Like, your energy is like, there's something about, like, you could achieve something a lot easier, you know? Like, it's not that, not to say like you like to do something in a sneaky or a wrong way, but more like, how do I explain it? I'm trying to explain. like you have so many opportunities, and I feel like you sometimes don't even notice that these opportunities are there, or that you notice it, but you purposely don't take these opportunities because, well, maybe you're just very sympathetic, you know. How do you pronounce this shit? Okay, like I've read first once, like a few days ago, like that it's not sympathetic but sympathic, and I was like, what? Like, did I just use a word wrong? But it, what? There's one word that says that sympathetic may has to do with like being like a soulmate. Like literally, like I'm looking at Google Translate and this is saying zielsverwant, and that means soulmate. And I'm like, huh? Like literally, soulmate. What the heck is that? Okay, weird shit. Did not know that. And I will, I think, continue to not knowing that because I will forget about it. Cards are falling on the floor. There's something, I don't know whether it's about you, but I usually am, the more chaotic I am, the more either people, well, I could literally just be that I'm feeling more comfortable myself or that I don't really care anymore. But I feel like people are just going to accept it, you know? People are just going to accept me for who I am. Like, I'm chaotic, and that's, well, if you don't like that, then you don't need to be here, right? Ah, you get that. You get, like, if anything, I feel like, the way that you will, for example, perceive me, if you will be, for example, like a reader or something, like the way that you will perceive me is like, I'm hearing immediately the word boundaries, as if you respect me, or as if you will respect me because of boundaries. Like maybe that's literally the case, like I don't know, but sometimes thinking of things like that, it makes it a little bit easier for me to understand. So how does your energy feel like? I'm getting a better picture, you know? Like, I feel like you are not judgmental. I feel like that you like to be straightforward. I feel that that your energy is very comfortable and just, it's not just soothing, like let's just heal with this person. No, like, you are the kind of person, like, instead of, like, reminding other people, like some have like the specific, you know, like there's been another group and I'm like, you are such a soothing person to other people. Like, not to say that you aren't, but you are more like, your energy is more like, no, boundaries come first. Because if there are no boundaries, if there are no, I'm hearing overlap. I'm hearing the word. Why? Overlap. So, like, yeah, yeah, okay, so, okay. I was like, overlap? What do you mean overlap? Like, but right now it's reminding me of, like you have both qualities. I'm not saying that you're not healing to be with, like, quite the opposite. Like, you be a comforting person, like, and with you, I just would not at all worry about what you think about me. It's just, like, you are such a respectful kind of, like, you have such a respectful kind of energy, and you're creative, you're healing, noises in the background that even I can hear through my headphone. Has nothing to do with you, but I just wanted to mention it because, well, mention it. I throw my thoughts out there. I literally do. You're very healing. You're someone. You're non-judgmental. Like, I don't know if this is something that you either have struggled with or are struggling with, or I don't know, will be struggling with, but but I've been struggling with consuming and consumerism or something like that. Like I'm struggling, like I don't even know. Consumer. The preoccupation of society with the acquisition of consumer goods. What the? What does that mean? Purchase, addition, asset. Okay, what was the... Okay, so yeah, I was triggered by a different reading. Like if people didn't know that yet, I put it in, I said it in my other video, which is not even that long ago, so I didn't really take that big of a break, at least. It's very fast with me, actually. But anyway, and I was, because of triggered, like I tried to distract myself, but I did with the wrong kind of things. But it was funny for a while, and it was honestly also very healing, confronting, but very healing, because I'm very sensitive to criticism in a way, like criticism that is not criticism, but it's like, you know, your mind, negative thoughts, but added 100%. So me watching these videos, for whatever reason, made my mindset even, like, it made even worse. And that was actually, like, it's like, some people may look at, like, I'll never do that again. And yes, I will not, like, consciously make a decision to get into bad habits. But it really taught me, like, because I got, like, a little bit sick, like my body, like nervous system, right? Like I even screenshotted like something, because I was like, okay, now I need to know a little bit more about consumerism, about nervous system. So here, how to tell if your nervous system is dysregulated. Oversensitive and overreactive. What is nervous system dysregulation? Dysregulation, like, this is something that I read on Google, but you know, but it makes a lot of sense, honestly. Dysregulation most often presents as emotional symptoms such as depression, anxiety, or a pervasive sense of depletion, irritability, overreactions like tantrums, underreactions like shutting down, and difficulty shifting out of negative emotional states. Yo, this explained my entire whatever, few days. Like, didn't do it for long, but it did definitely not help. So wait, pervasive. Let me just learn English just for a moment. Pervasive. Yeah, I thought so. Like something that, like, keeps going, right? I hate that word. Do not ask me why. Penetrating, piercing, pervasive, penetrative. General, universal, common. Like, maybe I'm twisting a word with, like, what's the thing? Maybe I'm confusing this word with a different one. But I was, like, in that state. So I got sick because of that consumerism. Like, my body was like, yo, we done with this. And it showed itself by giving me symptoms of the flu, like, you know, feeling like your body, everything just aches. Like, even the slightest movement to the right or left or up, down, whatever, it's like, you know, if you just want to cry, not because your life is so miserable, but because your body just feels miserable or whatever. That could be significant or something for some of you. Not saying that this is literally like your energy or whatever, but maybe it's like, well, this is something that you either resonate with or not, right? But This could have to do with something that you have experienced recently. So maybe this is about like refresh your nervous system, revitalize your nervous system. So it could be like a little bit of a message, like maybe you're right now going toward the better options to a path that is more aligned. I mean, but anyway, like I know I'm just so much more chill, even if I'm talking so much. Like, and I don't know how long this will will stay this way, you know, because this is also consuming in some sort of way, but at least it's not people judging each other for what they do in life. You know, like, I'm very, very grateful that I'm living under a rock. And I do not mind being there because it keeps me safe and healthy. I don't do it that much anyways. But anyway, I'm hearing vibrational resonance. There was vibrational medicine. We also had like something about like vibrational fastness. Or no, not fast. Rate. Huh? Oh, I was reading something from something else. Oh gosh. Where's the guidebook? Right. Vibrational rate. Vibratory rate. This was the Metatron's cube. Yeah, that's what happens when I talk about one thing. It can make me go talk about 10 different other things. But at least I feel more like this, that these things were necessary to be mentioned for just at least one of you. So how long? 30 minutes. Okay. Like, I don't know how much I've said about you, but your energy just feels very, no, not plain, but, that's not what my intuition is saying. That's what my mind is saying, trying to find a word for what I'm feeling. I'm hearing plain inside, like plain as in a way, like, you're not here, you're not there, you're not all over there, you're not up there, up high, you're not up down, like, down. You know what I mean? Like you're in the middle, like very, why am I hearing obedient? Very unbiased. It feels like you want to focus on your world and how you can create beauty into your life. And you want to, and that's also like also something that you can feel in your energy, like either like yourself, maybe like you can feel that yourself, like maybe you also are like, why am I hearing a psychic Pisces? I mean, I have those advantages of being a psychic, and I'm also a Pisces, so I don't know, like, well, maybe one of you also is a psychic Pisces or one of those. So anyway, so let's see. Oh, no, not like that, please. This deck is gorgeous. And this feels like I love to talk about decks, honestly. But this is quality where you'll say like, you'll know that you can shuffle as much as you want with these cards. They're not going to show usage, no matter how much you try. Unless you literally make stupid decisions. Like putting, or letting water or whatever get on it. Like that's, well, I'm kind of talking to the past version of me. Anyway, so, but like, it feels so comfortable being in your energy, because it's like, I'm saying all of this and you're like, you know, either you just laugh with me or you just you sit there like, yeah, oh, whatever, you know, like, you don't really care about like these assumptions, like these things that other people care about, which is judging, which is being like, well, I wouldn't do that myself, you know, and that's why I need to tell people that I'm not happy with it. It's comfortable to be in such an energy because there are honestly a lot of people who are not that way. It's really that. Okay, so what am I gonna do? I need to make a decision. How am I gonna go forward? Like, honestly, like this, like, if anyone has seen the the reading before this video comes out, especially at the second group, then you may have noticed me just kind of freaking out every here and now. But I did edit the video, so you won't be really seeing all of it. Because I don't want to put like my own energy into a reading, like even more, you know, make it worse. But I was freaking out because I was thinking about, no, like people will do this, people will do that, and I got me even more, like it made me even more stressed. And now I'm just like chilling, like it could just literally be you, but I'm just comfortable myself. Because sometimes it's what is it about, like with fear, like either this is something that you have experienced yourself, or it could be that you're just like a very gentle energy to be around, and people just are just so flabbergasted, so surprised, so shocked that it's so okay with you. Like there is no this and that, there's no okay. Well, I got jump scared a little bit by something in that gameplay. Oh gosh, did I say which game was a dead of night? But anyway, it helps me focus. I'm laughing because of my own like shock from that. But anyway, wait. So just give me a moment. Oh, I've been doing it for the last couple of other groups that I did before this one, and I just try to clean the table every time that I go forward to a new question or whatever, to kind of make it more clean for myself. Sometimes like, okay, whoosh, let's get to the next. Too much sensory information. Okay, so what would a tarot / energy reader tell you about who you are? I feel like this immediate, like, oh gosh, like, so how do I explain this? Like, how do I even say, like, who are you? Like, maybe it's also because I kind of already did say it, you know, have said it before, like, you know, a few minutes back too, like, you know, but chill. What would a tarot reader / energy reader tell you about who you are? Too many. I'm hearing creative ideas, and I have no flipping clue. Like, I'm not being given like a very specific thing, so it's, if anyone understands, like, being like flexible to something without like, intuition is one thing, but when you need to like consciously think of it like yourself, like try to make, like, think of something, it's of what it could be, then it gets a little bit harder, unless it's being represented to me like in a very clear way. Knight of Pentacles, trust. Well, yeah, you do have that feeling, honestly. You have the, like, the Knight of Pentacles feelings, like, yeah, I'm cool, I'm chill, and I feel like the Knight of Pentacles is not at all, like, I'm hearing complaining, like, the Knight of Pentacles is not complaining. Well, I don't see I feel Knight of Pentacles ever complaining. Knight of Pentacles, like, I'm a focus on my life and what my goals are and what I want to achieve, and what other people people do with theirs. Like, that's their thing, right? Like, this honestly, like, this is just, well, whether you vibe with this style, art style, or like this expression of a human being. Like, this is literally what a tarot reader will say. Like, yeah, you are trustworthy. You are, I'm hearing the word nonverbal. So, like, I don't know what that means right now, but maybe you're just not one to really, when you open your mouth like that, like, well, including the speaking, of course, then it is something either important or just necessary. Like, you don't feel like you need to be too concerned with things happening outside of you. Like, you understand, like, the concept, that you understand. What do you understand? I kind of forgot what I was wanting to say. The concept of I don't really remember what exactly I wanted to say, but I do feel like it's not very... I was just distracted for a moment. I was distracted for a moment. Let me just get a clarifier. Maybe it will just kind of bring me back to my brain or whatever. Okay, Three of Wands. Right, thank you, communication. Well, I was talking about nonverbal, right? Well, maybe it's about understanding when there is a reason, or a really good reason, to open your mouth and say what needs to be said. Like, opinions are not necessarily... Well, I do agree, okay? I personally feel like we have a voice and it needs to be heard, and whatever we have to say, it may just be very, very important. But there are people who have a little bit of a, well, not different kind of way of looking at it, but it's like, I don't need to talk about every single bad thing that happened to me, or every single thing that I am going through, or every single thing that is happening. Like, I feel like you're more like focus internally, not externally, because what you... Right, now I remember what I want to say. You understand the concept of, like, growth happens... Well, I mean, also from, like, the outside. Like, you can also learn a lot from, like, externally. But you're more, like, the one who focus on what's happening on the inside, not on the outside. And that is, like, one of your strengths. Because I feel like that... No, not because. It's one of your strengths, and that really just brings you forward in your life. Like, I don't know, like, it doesn't matter what kind of timing we are watching this, when we are seeing ourselves as too old or too young or this or that, or, like, I don't know, like, maybe even in the right state. Like, it's such ridiculous things. Like, oh, I'm too old for this. Like, well, yeah, if we are an adult with a full-grown ass, we are not able to fit into baby baths anymore, okay? You know, we're not able to fit into those little things that are meant for babies. But, like, in such circumstances, but it's like, you can still grow, you can still... I don't even know where I'm really getting at. But if I will say anything about like, well, not me, like if a tarot / energy reader, which I mean could be me, depending on whether that is your focus on this reading. But an energy or tarot reader will tell you that you are very persistent and that you do not care about what other people think. You do not care about what other people will say or perceive, because like the focus is not on outside perspective. The focus is on like, how do you get there without anyone telling you how to get there and that it's not right or that it's not good. I mean, there are obviously scenarios that are not so good, that I would not give this kind of advice to, you know, to people who are hurting others or cheating, you know, stuff like that. But if you're able to get there in a way where, you know, you're goal-oriented and you're not people and their opinions oriented. Let me just try and move forward to the next one because I'm struggling already. Oh, which reminds me. It reminds me to take my medication to keep me focused, or you know, something like that. What would a tarot / energy reader tell you about who you are? What about no? Okay, let me just give it a little bit of a shuffle. What would a tarot? Thank you. We have Two of Pentacles, balance. Yeah, like I don't even know why I'm even asking cards to fall out for that, because I can tell, like, what would a tarot reader say about you? That you're balanced, that you're imaginative and creative, that you're responsible, especially for yourself. Or mostly for yourself, which, yeah, that's kind of what you're responsible for. You're not responsible for other people. Unless you have, of course, like a child or you know, contract where you care for other people as like a job or something. But like, not responsible for what people do and for listening to their so-called advice. Can I have a clarifier, please, for the Two of Pentacles? We have security, King of Pentacles in reverse. So this could be talking about how you sometimes are a little bit, or not are, but how you may sometimes hold back on certain things of care, or oh, right. I don't think it has anything to do much about who you are. Like, for example, the financial stuff or something in your life, but maybe it has to do with like the care that you give yourself, and that is sometimes a little bit limited, or that you tend to hold back on balancing things out for yourself in a more of a practical way. I feel like that makes a lot more sense. Like, in like, it doesn't have much to do with like that you are not like investing well in your, like, for example, like financial kind of, yeah, decisions, things going on. I feel like that you may have a little bit, well, I wouldn't call it like a struggle, but that you kind of know how to keep things balanced in a way where it's like, it's not perfect, but it's also not like awful. It's kind of, it's getting better every single time. And that could be because you may have not all of the experience to know exactly how you should do things right for yourself. And it's not, and this is not like me saying that you should listen to other people's advice. Like, of course, there's always something, like there's always truth and some little bit of truth of what someone is saying. But to take that with a grain of salt. So to not take it too seriously, but to focus on what is actually important and is a priority, or should be a priority for you. Like, a tarot reader will say, like, you're doing, in the way that you're doing things right now, it's going very well, and there's not much, like, we have the King of Pentacles and the Knight of Pentacles. King of Pentacles is in reverse, I know, but it's still like, you're maybe not there yet, like at the King of Pentacles stage or whatever, but you're at the Knight of Pentacles, like, and you're going forward in a way that is very creative and inventive, and even if people will not understand why you're doing it, that doesn't mean that it's wrong. That doesn't mean that it's not, it doesn't mean that it's not working. What would a tarot / energy reader tell you about who you are? We have the Two of Swords. Okay. Crossroads. What did the security? Can I have a clarifier, please, for the Two of Swords? Knight of Wands. Okay, so immaturity. Well, that's a really harsh and untrue statement, but hey. Well, it can be a true statement, but usually not upright. Like, dude. But oh well, whatever Jane wants. That's her name. So, the Two of Swords together with the Knight of Wands. Okay, so, and this is about, like, who you are. So, a tarot reader will say that, like, I'm not going to focus on this immature. Like, if I could, I would just, like, get a marker and just get this away, like, because it's just bullshit. So I'm not going to take it that seriously. Like, with a grain of salt, right? How I'm saying it recently. So feel like a tarot reader will say that even if it's maybe not the best kind of decision you can make for yourself, like, I feel like you are thinking about how you go forward with whatever you do. They will say that you are a person who is reaching maturity or a higher level of independence and going forward, and that you whether you know much about what is going to happen next or not, whether you have much planned, like, it doesn't matter. Like, I feel like what this is all saying, like, is that you are someone who kind of goes with the flow and doesn't put too much expectations on your, like, I don't know about yourself, but on things about how they should turn out. And some people may look at it as immaturity, and I'm just looking at it, well, even if it is immature, that doesn't mean that it's bad. It doesn't mean that it's horrible or like something you should be ashamed of. Like, hey, yo, we all are a baby. We all are a baby. We have been, and we somehow will always be in some sort of way. Like, just because we are a few years older doesn't mean that we are not, that we never have been immature or like little child anymore. If anyone heard like a sound or something, like a sound like in my chair or something, like in a movement, I got jump scared. Anyway, yeah, it wouldn't do anything for you to worry too much about what is happening outside of you. Like if I'm thinking about this, like all I can think of is like, it doesn't work. It's not working. Like, if anything, like the topic just kind of is not draining, but more like I'm distracted. Okay, I'll try to keep to, okay. Just a moment, I'm trying to refocus my attention. Okay. What will a tarot reader say about you? Well, I did say some things. You are responsible. You take care of yourself, and you're not judgmental, like, at all. Like, at least you're mostly not judgmental. You take good care of yourself, and you're trying to, well, not trying to, but you're someone that people are acting like you are, like, you're just very responsible. You're just very, like, goal-oriented, like a go-getter. And if other people don't understand that, that's, why will that be your problem? It's not your problem. So let's just, it's like, deal with it. I'm just going to do things differently, and you just you're just going to have to deal with that. Whatever decision you make, people may think like, well, if you go that way, you'll know that you will not succeed. Yuck, 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 yuck. Ew. Like, not you, but like, I think it's disgusting that people try to do this kind of thing. Like, come on, get the fuck away. No one cares about your assumptions. Now, let's get to some other cards here about what a tarot reader will say about you, about who you are. What will the tarot/energy reader tell you, so group 3, about who they are? Okay, we have nature. No. That bothered me. So, there we are. I'm getting worked up about that stuff with like people like saying stupid things. It's like, it's stupid. It's stupid. Get away. Like, busy yourself with your own life, not with mine. Thank you. My gosh. We have patience. Yeah, like, if anything, you're just a very patient person. You know that whatever you can like that you can achieve whatever you want. And if people don't understand your tactics or your methods, that's just them not understanding it. It doesn't have anything to do with something being bad. Like, whether I'm actually trying to say this, like, to you, I don't know whether you need to hear this, but I'm kind of trying to, like, tell myself to just kind of suck it up. Like, what does it matter? It doesn't matter. And maybe, like, maybe some tarot or energy readers will just be frustrated because, well, as I said before, like, you have, like, maybe the tendency to just accept things and not, like, to go along with some things that you could actually do something different, or use a different tactic, or go a different direction, and that will actually, for example, make those people shut up, for, you know, like, or do something about it. And maybe it's just frustrating for a tarot or energy reader, like, not like frustrating like you're a bad person or whatever, but maybe it's like maybe you just hear a lot of that bullshit, and the tarot reader or energy reader can feel that, and it's like, oh, it's so annoying. Like, why all of this feedback when it's not asked for? Strength. Like, a lot of these blue greenish cards, like, there are a lot of colors here. Like, a tarot reader will honestly be just like, I don't know how you do it, but you're doing it well. And like, even a tarot reader will be like, well, I will go a different tactic, like, I will try to do this and do this. Or not every single tarot reader, but you understand that you do not need to respond to things that to people who do not even care to listen to your response anyways, because they already think that they are right and don't care to learn or something like that. But I feel like you've just grown like, okay, it's just the way it is. So anyway, so let's look into, like, I would say, like, as a person, like, who you are, a tarot reader would say, like, you're definitely someone who can handle a lot of situations. You're definitely someone who is patient, who is forthcoming, who does not want to cause drama, like any more drama that already exists, like, to just go along and kind of be like, well, what would it do for me if I would respond to it? Like, well, yeah, like to state clearly who you are. Like, it's like you don't even bother to be too busy with that. And if you have, if it still resonates, like, being like that, then I think it's either getting better, or you just or you may have felt that way in the past, or you may have been frustrated about it in the past. Ooh, so let's now look into some last messages that you need to hear. Where to put this? Alrighty. Okay, so who you are, someone that does not how do I fucking explain this? You just take it easy. And that can be something that a lot of people just are not, who just get easily offended, or they get easily frustrated, whatever it is. I'm just going to move forward. I hope it was enough. So, what would a tarot/energy reader want you to know? So, we have number 36 with develop healthy routines. Your mystical abilities flourish when your earthly life is orderly, practical, and predictable. Healthy daily, weekly, monthly, and seasonal routines calm your sensitive nervous system. We're talking about nervous system here too. Now you gotta be kidding me. Okay, so making it easier to tune into your intuition, which healthy eating, exercising, resting, playing, spiritual relationship, and work routines can you... Which healthy eating is the question. Exercising, resting, playing, your spiritual relationship, and work routines can you lean into, update, or adjust to support your sixth sense? That's very specific, and like, I already feel like you're doing this. Honestly, like, this is what they will, like, want you to know. Like, you already, like, either are doing this or you're very much, like, on the right path to getting better and better at doing that what you need to do for yourself, if that makes any sense. Then we have Grace with 25, envision the future. When daydreaming about the future, ask your intuition to offer up some positive possibilities. Stay present in the moment while also pondering your potential. Remember that Grace will be your faithful companion each step of the way on your path into the new and unknown. Become the artist of your own life. Visualize what you desire. It will be really hard for a tarot / energy reader to really explain, like there's so much to who you are, and you're just doing so well. Anything else? Because I feel like there's something else that I've forgotten to, like, mention as to about who you are. Like what an energy / tarot reader will say about you. You're just unbothered. If I will describe you, I will say you're someone who's really unbothered. Whether you will agree to this, like, fully or not, like, I don't, I'm just seeing you as someone who is just so focused on yourself. Like, you're not even, like, for some of you, you're not even, well, it's not necessarily that, but it's almost like you don't even bother yourself in any way with those unnecessary things. It's, I can't even find the words. Let's move forward. Number 21, Great Awakening. Walk in your truth. Stand firm in your light. How can you trust yourself more? We have the card with trust again. Like, where trust. We have sensitive nervous system. Possibilities, which was also with the vastness card. Where is it? Cards just being repeated, I suppose. And then we have stop judging and start loving. Like, okay, for some of you, you have struggles with, like, okay, like, to stay grounded, but in all honesty, like, I feel like it doesn't happen that often, but that's only for some of you. For most part of you, I feel like got distracted for a moment. I feel like you're already in this space. Like, what you need to know is that you're just doing great, and a tarot reader will just really admire you for your hard work and for how you do not even focus on needing to explain yourself, but to focus on doing rather than saying, if that makes any sense, and to not be at all bothered by what others may think. Like even trying to tune into that, like, what others will think, like, it's not really getting there, because, like, whatever, it's like, there was, like, the struggle, like, why am I struggling? Because this is not at all what resonates with who you are, like, what aligns with who you are. You may sometimes have those struggles, but I don't think that it may be, like, I don't think it's that often. Like you're looked up to. Like I don't even know how to say it. Like I'm sort of speechless. Like it's like I can't find the words. I really can't. Anyway, so well, group 3, that's all I have for you. So just to remind you, the like button underneath this video is there to confirm to me that you enjoyed and appreciate the reading, and also shows me what you want to see in the future. If you want to support me, you can comment down below and let me know how it resonates, and any other ways of supporting me are mentioned in the description if you're interested. I'm sending you I'm sending you much love, joy, and healing. Thank you so much for being here and for letting me read for you, and I hope to see you back soon. Hi, Group 4, welcome to your reading. So we will be looking into how will a tarot and or energy reader perceive you, or who are you to a tarot / energy reader. So let's get started with these cards. Okay. Oh, oops. That will be representing your energy. Then we'll look into the tarot for what a tarot reader will tell you about you. And then some last messages, but I kind of already said that in the intro, so fuck it. No, just, okay. Violet Flame, number 15. If I'm a little bit icky with my fingers, sometimes it's weird movements. Could be because I'm trying to be careful because my nails are a little bit, glossy, wet. Violet Flame, number 15. That's an adorable teddy bear. Is that chocolate? No, that was a Lego. Oh my god, what's the Lego stones? Lego. Oh gosh. Please don't hate me, okay? Like I only heard those words, some things I do only know them in Dutch or German, but not English. I wanted to do something. Right, look, where's the guidebook? Number 15. I'm going to be unapologetic about looking in a guidebook because maybe it has some information that could be necessary. Okay, each ray has flames that we can activate according to our intention, which can transform your energies. Visualize the violet flame inside you and all around you, or wait, what? Okay. Visualize the violet flame inside you and all around you, or around the place or situation to which you wish to bring light. Visualize it so that the violet flame, with its beautiful vibrations, burns and consumes all that no longer needs to be there. The purple ray is a powerful ray of liberation, cleaning, and transmutation. Couldn't you have like said that right at the beginning before saying all of that? Sorry. That's typically, I'm like, if you want to tell me a story, can you like please tell me the plot before you tell the entire story so I can follow you? Anyway. But everyone do their own thing, right? I mean, who am I to say this? I do this too. Anyway, the purple ray is right. Hi, it's me. Nice to have you here on this channel in this video. The purple ray is a powerful ray of liberation, cleaning, and transmutation. It allows light to penetrate in spite of the density of the shade by cleaning the low vibrations and by raising the vibratory rate. Are you gonna go that route again? Route. I keep saying route. Now I'm done with it. Like, I keep saying it wrong, I think. Root. Yeah. Root. On the card, we have chosen to place memories and injuries related to childhood in this flame. I mean, that explains why the teddy bear is there. Like, I mean... Okay. Who am I to say that's just for kids? I have a teddy bear too. So let me have a teddy bear. And it actually helps a lot personally, like when it's so huge, like it's almost the size of me, but kind of half. You don't see me sitting with this right now, but it helps with pressure a lot of times, like holding that like as if it's like a weight blanket, or as if you're hugging somebody, but you're not touching any human being, and that's so nice. Why does my music stop? That is the worst thing you can do. Okay, Teddy, you're gonna go back on the couch. It just sits in front of the television doing nothing and chilling all day. Like, in case you didn't hear me, it just, I didn't give my teddy bear a gender. It just sits on this couch and looks at the television all day and is chilling, like, and kind of, yeah. I'm almost envious. Like, you are a group. Like, at first I was like, I need to be in the right energy for this, and the more I do this, the better it goes, I swear, with these readings, or any reading. Let me just catch my breath for a moment. We're not even, okay, we're 5 minutes in. Cool. Nice to have you here. But you're already making me feel very comfortable. But it could also be my meds, and it can also be just my good energy. I don't know. But you make me, like, inner child thing could also be something. You make other people comfortable and get out and go out and just do something silly or something, sharing something that they, like, you have a mixture of group 3 and of, which group was that? Oh gosh, a mixture of 2 other groups that I did. But this is a different kind of energy completely. But also not. I don't know how to explain it. Echo. Yeah, sorry for the jump scare because of that bear. I did not give a warning at all. But I have a teddy bear too. I got it once from my dad, and whether you believe it or not, I was above the 17 or like 18 or 19 years old when I got that teddy bear. I mean, my dad and me vibed in a way where he did not put like expectations onto me about what or who I shall be as a person. He just accepted everyone. Not to say that he liked certain things about everyone, for example, his other children. It's not to say that he, like, I think that with me, he was a little more carefree, because I wouldn't judge him, and I'm kind of the same kind of idiot as he was because he's not here anymore. But he's here in spirit. He proves that to me every time. I don't know why I feel the need to share this, but maybe there's something about that that could be significant. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. In case I was whispering and you still could hear me, I don't care. It was not meant for you. It was meant for me. Like, my breathing was a little bit, yeah, okay. Tune your frequency, boundaries, magnetism, energy clearing, which I find interesting because this, yeah, it reminded me again of like group 3 and of another group, or just a group 3, but not entirely. It's a little bit of, yeah, I don't know how to explain, but I'll just say it started off really great, and then negative thoughts came in and kind of ruined it. But there's like, I keep wanting to talk about this as if it's important or something for you to know, like as if like the relationship with my father or something like was significant. Like, what I wanted to say in general was just that he was the one who gave it to me. He was just a silly, but I mean, more mature, well, mature. What kind of maturity are we talking about? Age or mentality? I'm talking about age, not a mentality. Anyway, I mean, I gotta have it from somebody, right? But that is why I'm saying, like, that's why he just got me the teddy bear, because, like, he does not have expectations on, like, why I should or should not have a teddy bear. It's like, well, you vibe. And I will be like, why would you just buy me a huge teddy bear? And now I have the one that he gave me here at home. I never threw it away, because to me it's like, I don't know what it is with me and stuff, but I like stuff a lot better than people. No offense, of course, because people are glorious in their own way, but stuff is something that I do not need to worry about that much. The sacred waters, nourishment, replenishment, health, rest, and self-care. Like, I feel so comfy in your energy, but at the same time, I'm like, my mind is like trying to remind me, like, yo, you're doing a video right now, like, you're doing a reading, chill yourself the fuck down. But I'm also in a good vibe, so, you know, just because I'm a reader and just because I'm making a video doesn't mean that I have to act perfect. Like, I will struggle as well, so... and I know that a lot of people appreciate that, because without showing the struggle, you will not show other people what could be something inspirational, you know, for other people. Like in a lot of like former videos, pick-a-cards that I've done, people have like really what's that, like, complimented me and told me like that I don't need to worry because of the barriers, and that I'm inspirational because I just take a lot of time and effort into this stuff. Yellow, purify your body. Feeling, you know, just joy. But the thing is, I'm listening to sad music, not in a way like sad, like depressing, but like, you know, chill vibe. I don't know how to explain. I'm listening to the song Silver Screen by Ghostly Kisses. I said that, yeah, Ghostly Kisses, that's how it's called. Number 22, number 15, here, this one. Echo to Sacred Waters, and we have Crater in reverse. Alrighty, okay, so where's the guidebook? I know where the guidebook is, but I speak before I think. That's not true. Craters are marks, scars, memories, evidence of impact, past trauma. Personal craters can be shameful and or points of pride. Hey, just like my scars. Okay, no one knew about that. Recorded physical history, proof of survival or transformation that can be externally or self-inflicted. Ooh, that's something to think about for a moment. They self-inflicted. I know exactly what that is supposed to say. They can be like something out of your control or something that was actually in your control. Like, okay, they can exist on inanimate objects and on our bodies. Can we forgive ourselves and or others and see the beauty in the scars? So this is not going to be like a sad reading or whatever, because just because these messages are there, that doesn't mean I'm gonna go like, oh, super this or that. But I do like your energy a lot. Like, how do I explain? Because it is definitely different from the other groups, but it feels more joyful. It feels more in tune with inner child. Excuse me? Why am I hearing that? Is this even a thing? Before you say something, you know? No. Okay, that's interesting, because I heard in my head, as soon as I said inner child, I heard syndrome, and I was like, excuse me, what? So before I say things that are, you know, that I don't even understand, and other people, like, I'd rather tell you what that means other than, okay, let's see. Anger over unmet needs. Like, does this actually exist, or is it just it doesn't really say syndrome. It says like wounded child, stuff like that. Wounded inner child. Looking things up on the internet in case you're wondering what I'm doing. Okay, that doesn't answer my question. Oh, but that explains it. Okay. Okay, so I'm literally right now like just kind of sitting here like, okay, I understand, but there's this thing of like yes and no to the same kind of question, if you know what I mean. So we have Echo as well. Where's the book? There it is. Don't know which. By the way, for everyone who's watching and is patient, thank you for being patient with me, because that is a very kind thing to do. I am not used to it, and I have great, like a lot of gratitude for those people who are able to, yeah, hang on, you know. 101. Okay, impact, influence, resonance, connection. That's interesting because this card also talks about impact and it's in reverse, which I think is interesting because, okay, let me think about this, because I kind of know and understand it, but at the same time it's like, how the fuck do I explain this? I just want to say, like, for your energy, I know we're like 16 as soon as I was looking at the timing. 16 could be a significant number. 16, 15, like teenager years. 15 up to like 22. Could be a significant time frame where some things happened and that have impacted your life and your growth. I'm just like with one of the other groups or some of the other groups, there was a message like that your past does not create you, but you create you create your action, you create your reaction. Well, you can't always control that, you know, but you choose how you go forward with what has happened. So I do not want to say your past is you, nor do you have to identify with it like, yeah, that's just how I am, whatever, or pain, stuff like that. Could be that you have experienced it, because I do feel like for a lot of you that you have had a time where, like, I feel a lot of loneliness, like especially during childhood, as if like you had to like console, like, I'm burping, which is like, and yawning, which is like, you know, burping, farting, yawning, breathing out like deeply could be are definite signs of like releasing energy, releasing things, thinking about it. It's like, you know, it's like you releasing what your body is holding on to. So let's see. Console, yeah. Yeah, there's another, yeah. Console could also be like, you know, like a keypad or a thingy for like a gaming thing. Control panel, instrument, keyboard, cabinet, dash. That's what Google Translate is saying, okay? I'm not making that up. But I feel like the way that you were like dealing with that is by actually, like, I don't know whether the past has much to do with that, but like, I do not know why. I'm just saying, okay, because for me it's not really making sense why I'm saying all of this, but I do want to remind myself and all of you who's watching that whatever is being mentioned, well, needs to be mentioned for whatever reason, because it may be very significant to what you're dealing with, or maybe it's not at all significant, but it just needs to be mentioned. Or it could be that that it will be like this story that will lead up to, okay, so why are you in this energy? I just want to explain that for a second. Throughout. Now, I feel like the imaginary world, like being in your head and kind of like fantasy world. I'm not saying it as like shaming you at all. This is just statements that well, not statements, it's just what is coming through to me. And it feels like you were such a joyful and beautiful, beautiful child. And I'm not saying like beautiful, like, oh, you were so pretty. I feel disgusted with saying that for some reason, as if, okay, honestly, like, with the people that I spent my childhood with, like, friends, not colleagues, because friends, other classmates or whatever, they really had like this very filthy impact. Like every time when you think about something, you have to make it dirty, you know, like, I don't know if anyone else feels like that, but there's just this vibe of like, oh, I'm so, like, you're adorable. Your energy is really very enlightening and ew, get away. Like, okay. Could be that you are a very innocent kind, you have a very innocent energy. And every time when you say something that is like less innocent, I don't feel like that actually is you. I feel like that is something like an impact or something that you had to, or had to, something that was inflicted, you know, something that you heard all the time, or something that happened around you all the time. Like, I don't know, like those, I don't know, like, I'm feeling like you're such a pure, beautiful human being, a soul, like on a soul level, like it's so beautiful. And then there are people who just take advantage of that purity, or just ignore that purity, and or do not even notice how significant and special that is. Crazy, right? I just can't, like, and this is not from the cards specifically, like, this is from the energy that I'm getting from you. So the energy, like, how will tarot reader perceive you? Like, they could talk about you the entire day and say like I've felt this beautiful, so sweet energy, and they connected me to my inner child. Like, you are very connected. Like, either you are just connected with your inner child, could also be that you struggle or have issues with your inner child, and that a lot of these things kind of come through with your energy. So for example, you react to something with a very not knowing kind of, in a kind of like in a way where you okay like, not like a fool, but it's like I'm being reminded, oh gosh, I'm being reminded of, like, okay, maybe some of you don't watch it, and I don't do that as well. Like, I just had this, like, hyper-focused thingy, like, oh, that's an interesting thing. I want to look into that for a little bit, like, videos on YouTube about the Bridgerton series or something, and about, why am I hearing that name? Who's that? Why am I hearing? I'm hearing Anne Stokes. Wait a second. Does she make oracle cards? Anne Stokes, Gothic Oracle. I heard that name in my head. Never ever have heard that name in my head before. She makes oracle card decks, or is an oracle creator or something. Like, here, something like this. I don't know. Like, maybe you were in a Gothic phase or something. I don't know. Or one of those names could be significant to you in some way, or you have a very, like interest in Anne Stokes. I don't know why I randomly heard that name. Maybe you even know this person. Maybe you are this person. Maybe you literally are Anne Stokes. Like, who the fuck am I to say that people will not do that? Like, anyway. But I'm being reminded of, like, a tarot reader or energy reader being like, yeah, I've had this this conversation, or I have this feeling of, like, this person, or like they just feel your energy and are like, yeah, I want to talk about inner child stuff all the time, or I'm just a lot, like, a very comfortable, I want to like play with things, or draw, or just paint, or just play around, or have some sort of sensory thingies, like comfort thingies going on. So things that children used to do, maybe you still do that, but I do feel like you may have disconnected from those things. Like, for example, I'm being given like the example of like when you were like a child or whatever, like I don't know, maybe it doesn't even have anything to do with like being a child, but like specifically like as I just said, like I still have I have a teddy bear. I lost my plushie toy when I was like my favorite, like it was called Monkey or something. It was really a monkey, so I just realized how I'm so unoriginal with these kind of things. So I got that plushie toy. It was like a monkey kind of toy, like had like this kind of figure. It was a white monkey, like, you know, plushie toy. It's not very too realistic. And I literally, instead of making a new name, like in Dutch, I'd say appie. App means monkey, or yeah. So instead of making a creative name, I was like, I'll just put like those little other thingies in the word and whatever. But just realized that, like, ooh, like how typical of me to be very repetitive with the things that I am doing and that I know. Instead of making something new, you just go along with something that you already know. Like, it's a monkey, so I'll not stray too far from the from that definition. No one understands me. That's okay, but I just had this bam realization. But I lost when I was my comfort thingy when I was very young. Well, young, I was like, wait a second, I was like 11 or 12, and I lost it at like a school, like a little bit far away from my home, and I was so sad. I was so fucking sad. It was my comfort item. But I was talking about sensory thingy, so like having something to play around with, like a squishy ball, or like oh, this is also something from a long time ago, and I never showed it because it may look creepy for some, but this is like a turtle thingy, and I've also had it for a long time. But I didn't really have it for a long time because it was at my father's house in my old room, somewhere hidden there, and then I suddenly got it after I heard about his death. And now I have it, so like to have something comfort, like maybe you do not really feel that comfort from like having something like this, or maybe you haven't even thought of doing something like that, but people, you like, I feel like you have the tendency for other people to really put that energy into their energy, so you really impact other people like very strongly, like your energy is like has such a strong vibration. Fuck you, mind. Stop interrupting or saying weird things about what I'm saying. Thank you. Like, I'm literally right now taking the turly thingy. Oh, sorry, I'm showing his ass. Like, I'm just kind of holding it to me. Like, you make, like, even tarot readers just want to give you a hug, want to give, like, an animal or their loved one, or, like, just a toy, like, just be a child. And I'm sorry to say it, but for some of you, you may get triggered by something like that. Maybe you do not like seeing that, but the thing is, they're only behaving that way if that ever has been the case, that you literally saw like a psychic or tarot energy reader, or just other people in general. They are suddenly a lot more childlike and careless, or like carefree, more like that. And I'm sorry to say it for the ones who do not want to be reminded of past or childhood, but you literally are the source. You literally are the reason why they are behaving that way. I'm not saying for like that everyone is going to have the same experience. Like, like maybe you just play around with maybe you are just a very nice energy for people who, like, you're a reminder for other people to connect with their inner child in some way. I don't know what you do, but your energy is really very, very strong. Like, and I am not one to go dramatic unless I feel like there is no other option. So I'm like constantly, like, I've been talking 30 minutes about how your energy is like so childlike, and I'm having like this turtle like on my lap, and it's like, also I'm getting like like with this reading, I'm constantly being reminded of like something that is not at all significant. So for example, I'm saying like, I'm thinking about how every time when I say a word, like as I said, vibration, something like that. And I was like, mind, shut the fuck up, because you're making things dirty when they aren't. Like, I don't know, like maybe there's something that you also do that where you, like, I'm being reminded of ADHD. Could be, I have ADHD, but it's like, you know, energy, some things get a little bit, no, not harder, like, a little bit more bigger. That's, if my mind will just stop. Sometimes energy just, when it collides with another energy, you know, that's kind of the same, it gets even more intense. So yeah, that's why I feel so comfy around you. Like, you're a nice person to have around. Thank you for being here. I'm gonna go with the crater here. This could be literally about scars. I don't know if anyone will be triggered by this, and if yes, then just don't look, don't whatever. But I actually, for anyone who actually has, like, I'm feeling depression could be a case. But the thing is, you do not make me sad. Like, maybe you think that people get sad around you, but honestly, they just feel so, like, they think about their lost childhood, you know, as if there's something, like, that people have forgotten, and you bring a certain memory back. And it's not necessarily a bad one. I mean, I'm not able to say, like, what specific impact you have had on people and their memories or whatever, but for an energy tarot reader just like me, and now I lost my trail of thought. I'll just continue with what I think I know I was speaking about. Like, you're not making me sad, you're making me just like have this sweet focus on childhood right now. Like, I'm not trying, like, I'm not necessarily wanting to go to, like, I don't know, like crazy weird like things, like completely delve into like let me just sometimes, well, that's can be into the past, but to have like those tendencies to feel so comfy, and as if I'm soothing myself, as if I'm receiving a big hug without much warmth or temperature involved, which is a really nice thing because I'm very sensitive to that kind of bitch, which is temperature. But if we're talking about temperature, I'm feeling my body feels warm right now, like not hot but warm, like okay, like not lukewarm but warm, which warmth usually is about like good vibes, you know, something like that, and cold is more about like, you know, well, not so good vibes, or not feeling detached, feeling disconnected, stuff like that. Ooh, your energy is very like, I wouldn't be surprised if this will be a little bit of a longer reading. I'm sorry to say it, but you have to listen. Well, you don't have to, but if you're willing to watch this, then this may be a little bit like, you know, longer than half an hour or longer than 40 minutes. I mean, it's already been half an hour. I'm picking at the things here because this used to be on the floor. And no worries for anyone. I did put this in the, no, I did not put this in a dishwasher. I put this in a washing machine. But some little thingies, like, I don't know if you're able to see this, it's like still hiding in there. So I pick at it just like my skin. Right, I wanted to talk about, like, for example, how we got distracted from that topic. No, are you kidding me? How depression was here as an energy, but I wanted to originally talk about, for example, like scars on your body, either inflicted by something out of your control or something in your control, or something that is such in control that it's like almost like not by accident but on purpose. If with all due respect, if you know what I mean. If not, I'm gonna say it a little more bluntly, like something like harm, self-harm. I don't know how people react to, you know, certain things being said. That's why I'm trying not to be too bam out of nowhere, just throw it out there, you know. But I have also experienced this kind of stuff, and I do not need to linger on things like that. And actually, like, no one knows it, but I actually recently, like, when today's Saturday, okay, so when a few days ago, like, yeah, I threw away, after years of not even using it, but just not being able to throw it away, I threw away the thing that I hurt myself with, which, yeah, I mean, it was finally time to say goodbye, right? But again, like, I don't want to linger on that because it's not too much about that, but it could be that one or multiple people, could be, yeah, like craters, like scars, but this is in reverse. So this could, for example, maybe even being like not external scars, maybe internal scars that are not really being looked at, or that you are not recognizing. Because if I just look at this crater, marks, scars, memories, evidence of impact, past trauma, personal craters. So, I mean, this could be like something that is actually visible. This could be something that is not visible, but it could also talk about something that is not visible to you, but it actually is quite obvious. I mean, just like your energy is like, it's just out there. Whew. So let me just put these cards to the side. Which one do I want to put at the... Like, sometimes I just look at like which card is the one that mostly connects me to your energy. Yeah. And I'll put this here. And we're gonna get to the deck for this specific reading. I actually have two versions of this right now. This is the new version that I'm holding in my hand. The other one is something like from like a year or two ago. She changed it a little bit, like a little bit smaller, I think. But I didn't like it because I couldn't see the shiny shine on the cards anymore. It was showing usage. But anyway, no one cares. So, okay. So, how an energy reader will perceive you is as very innocent, beautiful, and like, you could be a great storyteller, like, or poetry, arts, anything like that. Just any kind of storytelling or art, you know, like storytelling doesn't necessarily need to be through words, it can also be through, yeah, actions, through, well, actions. It can be through, it can be nonverbal. It can be like any fucking thing on this earth is art, because it is a creation. Even we as a human being, this fingernail, these fingernails are even art. And what I'm wearing on top of those nails is also art, because it was a creation. My voice is art. My my headphones are art, which don't know what I would do without them. Anyway, what would a tarot / energy reader tell you about who you are? Like, I don't know if I need to be very, like how many cards I need to pull out for this, because I've kind of said a lot. Like the energy is just very, very present, and it shows that there are definitely things. This reminds me of a video that I saw of someone like accidentally slipping or tripping themselves and like almost falling, but it was actually an act, in front of like 3 guys who were sitting on a bench, and he was like, the man was like holding flowers, and he was like asking one of the guys to hold the flowers while he like fixes his shoelaces. And then it's like, okay, so now we're done. The guys were like, oh, those are pretty flowers actually, you know, kind of appreciating it while he was busy doing his shoes. Yeah, star. I'll look into the cards for in a second. And then he was like, okay, so now I'm done. And the guy was like, who was holding it, was like wanting to give it back. And he was like, just keep it, just keep it. And he walks away. And then he like, well, before walking away, he puts like a little note in the flower bouquet. Was not just like a few like flowers. It was actually like a really pretty bouquet that you like pay a little more for. I used to love giving those to people around me in the past. I loved it. Yeah, if I had people to give them to. Actually, myself, that would be nice to do. If I had money and if I cared enough about that. But, yo, let's just go off track. You put like a little note in there, and then he walked away kind of smiling as if like, oh, I did something, you know. And it's so beautiful, like you never expect that. And honestly, I would not trust something like that at first, like receiving flowers. I'm like, is there a bomb in there or something? Why would you give that to me? Like, why would you spend your money on a stranger? I don't know. And then one of the guys was like, who was holding the flowers, like he opened like the note that was in there, and he started like you know, rubbing his face, which I mean was like, I suppose it's like you know, like getting a little teary-eyed or a little emotional or something, because what was in the note was, I hope you heal from the things you don't talk about. Which honestly, this is, well, it's a sweet thing to do for somebody. And I guess it was, yeah. And it touched him. It touched him, I suppose. But I don't know. I wouldn't do something like that because I'm always, like, terrified, like, how people will react, or if they're, like, just laugh at it or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, in general, let's just not try and get much attention on me. Thank you. But there's something about that, too, like, I think that a tarot/energy reader will tell you that you are someone who really doesn't open their mouth quite a lot when it comes to stories or things that you've gone through, even though I think that what you've gone through, okay, this may be a little bit weird to say, but you know how you, like, for example, look at a game or like a movie or book, and it's like a really good story and it's really beautifully told, and you can really get very emotionally, like, because it's almost like you're experiencing it or watching something happen to somebody, or, you know, when they are not really telling it to you, it's like you see the story or experience the story in some way, and it kind of feels like your story, like, I don't want to say it will be interesting for people, but people will definitely be touched by your perceptions, by how you look at the world, by how you look at yourself, the way that you perceive, like touched in a way, like, not like, yo, I'm gonna touch you, no, like, a little bit literal, sorry, but like, wait, now I got distracted. Like, people will really just feel with you, and especially because they are the ones who, oh, that was the window thingy. Sort of getting distracted. Sorry about that. Like, sometimes it's just not needed to be said. It needs to be felt. It needs to be experienced. It needs to be understood. And people will just feel with you, like, oh, right now I want to remember what I want to talk about. Like, especially because they're strangers or because they have not experienced it like in the full depth of who you are, like with everything else going on around you, like you can get very distracted or whatever, and they may be like, well, I see this story and I see a beautiful human being with such capacity and such an ability and strength and to go forward. Like if you were thinking about wanting to, like if you were wanting to like put this out, like make your story known or share it with others, like whether it's something that you really just share, like in, I'm hearing like I'm being reminded of like journalism, like that have like a few videos or like, you know, shorter versions of movies where they just say what happens and why it happens and how people feel. It's a lot easier than to have to fucking interpret it on your own. My opinion. I'm putting my hand on my heart, like my opinion. I've watched like those little things and I see that they like the movie with like there was a movie about like about weight, about a girl who was just kind of going along with the toxic things happening around her, like her mother and her co-workers like being very fat, like body shaming and stuff like that, trying to get her to do whatever, you know, and she then later on shares like a story about, hi, I'm fat or something like that, and how a lot of people and women especially were relating and really liked it. But the boss was really a crappy person who was just jealous of success and all that shit. But anyway, and then there was also this thing about like Drew Barrymore with the movie like I don't know what the movie is called, but it's about a teacher and it's about her being a journalist and needing to go undercover and a school thing, and then she doesn't know what to talk about, so in the end she just kind of chooses to talk about herself and her experience that she has never been kissed. That's the movie. And like it could literally be like that. Like I don't want to like tell you what to do, of course, but that could be a way for you to share your story. It could also be like documentary, like in a book, in a movie. Like I'm not being small here. Like you can do whatever the fuck you want. Like it doesn't matter, right? As long as you know, like you just like there. If you want to share a message, people will really want to listen, and people will definitely understand you, or at least be captivated by your way of storytelling and you as a human being and as your experience. Like I don't want to say like they just like you because of your experience, but they will applaud you for your bravery and for your compassion, and I think that people will just want to help or just want to be there for you. And like whether this is something that you're aiming for, it doesn't matter, you know. It's about sharing, and I feel like that will be a great experience for you. But that's something that a tarot reader will tell you. Or like what I will tell you, for example, like what you could do, but any kind of art, you know, where you put out your story, songs, music, movies, art, painting, drawing, even if it's not something that, like I'm rarely I am like more of like, ooh, what could that mean? Because I try to focus a little bit more on like what is happening, like, well, not in front of me, like the things that are important for me right now is what I'm looking toward. And if I'm like in an interest or hyper focus or something, then it's a lot easier for me to either be involved or not be involved at all. I don't even know how to explain, but the one who gets it, and if you don't, well, that's also fine, right? Like, we don't always need to understand each other. But what will the tarot reader / energy reader tell you about who you are? I mean, a storyteller, now I'm being reminded of, like, the game. Like, I heard that it was Netflix who apparently made that game. I even watched it on a channel of, like, the one... Well, it was an interesting thing, and it was actually quite funny because of how the person who was playing the game, because of their way of like just playing it, was just so funny. Storyteller, right? You may be a good storyteller. Or you are very, like, interested, for example, in other people's stories or in the art of storytelling. But it doesn't necessarily need to be that, like, specific. It could also be something that has to do with storytelling, but not, like, the entirety of it. So if not storytelling, then maybe game production or, like, everything is art, right? So it doesn't have to be, like, everything is, like, storytelling in some way. So what would an energy/tarot reader tell you about who you are? Like, more specifically? Like, I feel like an energy/tarot reader will say a lot about you. I mean, I kind of already did, like, almost 50 minutes, and we're still at the beginning of tarot. And I'm feeling, honestly, I don't know why I need to share this. Like, it doesn't really matter unless I feel like it matters to me. But I feel ever since the last reading or the last video that I made, which before this one, it's like, what is going to happen next? Predictions. I don't think that it was necessarily predictions that triggered me, but maybe the topics in there were just difficult. And I was also, like, a little bit not in the right, well, I don't want to say right mind space, but it brought me a little bit in a tricky place mentally. And ever since then, like, I've been, ever since I was, like, really, like, starting with these recordings, I was feeling a lot more uplifted. As if, like, wow, I've really healed or a part of me or something. Not like I want to just, like, speak about what I'm experiencing, because every time when I mention something in a specific reading, that message specifically could be very significant to the one or multiple of the viewers, you know, the one who are looking at this reading right now. Okay, I feel like I want to take it. Six of Pentacles and King of Pentacles. So the King of Pentacles is like, I'm in a stable and good position. Like, I feel like a tarot reader will really tell you, like, sweetheart, person, human being, soul on earth, in a human body, or not, I don't know. Like, whoever you are, you're welcome here. Unless you're mean or toxic or, yeah, whatever. Unless you don't vibe with me, then I guess, well, bye. But no, it's just really in a good place, the King of Pentacles. And I feel like this is a message for you, like, who are you? Well, you are not the person that you were or that you thought that you were. You are actually really compassionate, kind, and giving. And you are still very compassionate, kind, and giving. I feel like, if anything, you focus more on what's happening outside, like, for example, on people outside of you, and not the people, or other words, person you are. Not to say that you don't at all give that care to yourself, but you may have the tendency to focus more, like, if anything would be more, like, where would your attention shift first? Other people or yourself? And how long or how intensely would you focus on that? That's it doesn't have to do with, like, you don't at all do this, because everyone is somewhat social in some way. Unless they're dead, I suppose. Well, that's a very depressing statement, but let's just move forward. Can I have a clarifier for the King of Pentacles? If you have any sort of suggestions or anything about pick a card readings in the future, for me in the future, like not to say, you know, for me in general, that I would really appreciate it and like it if you would leave them in the comment section down below. I'm not going to promise to you that I will immediately go to that reading. If I at all vibe with it, sometimes I don't vibe with it at all and I can't do it. Like every day, or not every day, but like weekly, or every, like, multiple times in a month, like love readings, specifically the same kind of question. I see that a lot of times where tarot readers, like, or YouTubers, certain YouTubers, like, do the same thing over and over again. That's not something I do unless I really feel called to it. Like, I never say never, but I don't know. If you like this reading so far, for whatever reason, like I would really appreciate if you leave me a little likey, a subscribble, just like Asotero says. I love it. Ever since I heard it, I was like, I'm obsessed with this word. Anyway, like you could subscribe to my channel, you could leave a comment, of course, like a kind or supportive one, anything. Like not something like, oh, I didn't like this reading, or well, you could do this better and better. Like you know, constructive criticism is cool, and I will always look into it, but you know, I don't need to change myself like 100% you know. Anyway, but if you have any suggestions, that would be nice. If you could in any way like support me, even if it's just like giving me a little bit of a like, or just a comment saying like that this was a good reading, or that you liked it, or whatever, is also very appreciated. So in all honesty, so I even know in the first place that you really like this, because sometimes there are just people watching and then they move on and don't like this, and I'm like, well, did you like this reading or did you not? Like, I don't know whether you actually just clicked on it and immediately went away. I don't know. I just don't know. But anyway, so can I have a clarifier, please? I know the card fell out, but I'm like, if I'm talking about something different, I'm not going to take a card. I'm doing things in my own way. Thank you. No, too many. Clarifier, please, for the King of Pentacles. What exactly is the King of Pentacles talking about? Like, you're really stable. And your emotions are more visible than you think, which is funny. I don't know why, but I'm being shown this, like, facial expression, and some may think, like, that he's angry or something, if that even is a he, like, even just because of a king. I don't know. I don't really care about gender statements. I'm kind of like, could be even a fucking woman. Like in some decks there actually are like king and queen, and both are like, for example, a female, instead of like one is male, one is female, as like body. Identity is a completely different thing. It doesn't have anything to do with biological kind of things or standards. Clarifier for the King of Pentacles. Like, I'm feeling a more serious energy. I took it back because it fell weirdly. I'm feeling a more of a serious energy. Wait, now that I think about it. Oh, my drink is, okay, I'll do that soon. I wanted to take my meds. I was like, oh, oops, don't have anything to drink. Anyway, clarifier for the King of Pentacles. Thank you. Knight of Wands. Okay, so, let me think about this. Let me just kind of digest that information. Okay, wow, great choice of words. I'm hearing the song Forever Young, but the undressed version, so the not undressed like it's naked, but like undressed is the name of the group, or yeah, who covered this song, because it's obviously not their song. It's just a song with different kind of music. So, Knight of Wands. So anything that you pursue, anything that you are interested in, anything that you, even if it's just for a short time, like, you know, like, why do we always need to stay? Like, just because I like something at first doesn't mean I will always like it, you know, like, it's an experience for us. But it could be that you are a lot more balanced than you actually think. So you may think that you're very immature, but you actually have an approach toward that childlike nature of yours, or your like of exploration of different kind of things or people or situations, anything that is a little more, well, not different, but a little more adventurous. You're a lot more stable in your approach, and you don't really just go there or do something without thinking at all about it, or at least you know the experience and you know what to expect from it. Okay, just realize that he is holding his arm, like just keeping it in the air. Anyway, so Six of Pentacles. Like, you're a very giving person. However, I feel like it doesn't have anything to do with being like just very giving or just very taking. This has to do with balance. As you can see, there's like this little scale here. Like, I see a lot of stupid, no offense, reactions from people who call themselves tarot readers on websites, and they say like, no, it's just giving, 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 and all that's very unbalanced. Like, that will be, if the flipping card, it will be in reverse, not upright, because here you see it's 6 pentacles, so it's like balance. 6 on that half, 6 on that, 3 on that half, 3 on that par thing. I'm English. So can I have a clarifier? Thank you. We have the 8 of Pentacles. So balancing your approach to, for example, like, again, this reminds me of this, how you go about things, like your creations, your investments. Like, I feel like you take very good care of yourself and how you go forward with your projects or your anything that you have set your mind to. So what you want to do, what you want to achieve. So there's something about, like, maybe it's at first a little bit, okay, unpredictable, but at least you have like a sort of kind of plan or some sort of direction. Like, okay, so I know that I need to do this and this and this to get there. And you know that it cannot just be, like, you know that there needs to be a balance. Like, you can be compassionate, you can be giving, but you can also take and receive, because that because receiving will bring you exactly, that balance will bring you exactly where you need to be. I feel like a lot of people, like this is something that a lot of people, like, for example, if you're very young, you may think that you're very young and immature, but actually you take action toward your desires and your dreams in a way that's very balanced and practical. It's something that works out for you in the end. And some other young adults or teenies or whatever, they make the mistake of being a little bit too more this or too that. I don't know. And the thing is, I have no clue what I'm talking about, because I'm not at all, you know, like, all I know is that that a lot of people make mistakes in how to get somewhere. But before you want to get somewhere and just do it, like, bam, you make like little, like you try to get some information about it. You try to look up about it. Like, you try to get some experience before you push yourself in the rabbit hole and or whatever, and cannot get out anymore because you did not think of, like, maybe this is not really, you know, like, instead of just experiencing, like, you think before you act is kind of what I feel. So what else will the tarot, okay, chill. What else would a tarot / energy reader tell you about who you are? You're very kind and generous when it comes to giving and collaborations, for example, as if, like, if you, for example, work together with other people, then you have great ways of communicating and of sharing with the other person or people involved. I don't know why I felt called to say that, but, well, I don't always need to know. Sometimes it just needs to be said, period. Okay, so what would a tarot / Four of Swords. Clarifier, please, for the 4 of Swords. We have the 9 of Cups. Okay, so you actually take great care of your body as well. I feel like if there's anything that you need to know about yourself other than what you're, like, if there's anything that you're doing wrong, so kind of what you sometimes are just looking for, like that kind of answer, it's not really that you're doing anything wrong, but you're focusing too much on what could be going wrong, or what you, like, for example, you put a label on what you're doing and say, like, this is something I could do a lot better. Well, in actuality, a lot of people are not even able to do what you are doing because they get too distracted by, I don't know, whatever, social media, like consumerism, about food. Like, I don't want to shame anything on like food or whatever, you know, everyone has their own experience, but you know how to take a step back and kind of observe what you're doing. So sometimes the things that people are doing is like just doing and not thinking, and you are overthinking. Like I even think about myself at this moment, and like sometimes I worry too much and I try to be too respectful, and actually I'm going pretty much above what is even asked of me. So I'm going over what is even like what I even need to do. Like I do a lot more than I even need to do. And it's like, it's very necessary for you to know that like you're doing very well and you're achieving a lot, and you don't need to worry too much about, especially what other people think, also about your own achievements and how well you're doing something, because you're trying something, right? And other people would not. So you're already one step further than you actually think you are. I feel like you sometimes have the tendency to not really know the difference between, like, maybe because, well, honestly, like sometimes I'm like, well, maybe I'm doing it wrong, and then I watch other people do it and I'm like, that sounds so weird, like why would you do that? So I'll be like reminded, like I'm not really trying to like it's just me observing. It doesn't have anything to do with me like mimicking or judging other people. It has more to do with like, how do other people do it, and does that feel better, or is that maybe a better way of doing it than what I'm doing? And actually keep being reminded of like, well, what I'm doing is much better than I actually thought I will be doing. So maybe me being like being a kind of person like I live under a rock is maybe better than being too obsessed or too much putting my energy into things that I cannot control, nor say anything about me, just about other people. You know, that's just not, like, why would I put so much attention to that? So whether that is actually significant, like something that you're dealing with or have dealt with yourself, it's, oh, I just noticed something. Oh, at the back of, well, not back of the deck, but there one card was not in the deck, and it was the Ace of Cups. So, yeah, okay, so Ace of Cups could be that, there could be like an, like this thing of like, how do I explain this? That you will be like feeling completely new feeling, of like understanding like, oh, I can actually, like, I didn't know that it will be that it actually is. Like, it's almost like you're asking yourself to be perfect when actually that perfection doesn't exist, because it's just something fake. Just like when you listen to a lot of singers, and I don't want to shame anyone for it, but I just don't like it how a lot of people just use autotune, for example, in music. Like, no shame on it, not at all, but I just personally do not enjoy the experience of listening to singers or people singing with just a ton of autotune. I don't like that. In case you're wondering what autotune is, it's like this thing that kind of makes your voice sound better, or just completely corrects your voice. Like if it's a little bit of false note, you can like make it so that you have like the tone like right from you know how you're singing it and stuff like that. And I've just heard a lot, and I'm like, wow, am I the only one who feels that way? Like, and everyone is just like really loving it, and I'm like, it's fake. Like, there's nothing wrong with the person. Like, I don't have anything against them, but I don't know. Maybe it's just a thing like for me personally, but like I think that this is like for you, like a reminder that you actually think that you could do much better, but in all honesty, you're doing something, and that's better than nothing. And what you're doing, like, because the former statement I just made, like, you're doing something, that's supposed to be for you to know, like, okay, so at least I'm doing something, right? But actually, you are far more ahead than you think. You think you're just at the first or second step, but actually you're like step 30 or 50 or whatever. I don't know how to even explain it, but it's like I feel like you don't really have, I think that there's not much that people can really say about you. Like, for example, yes, there could be something like, oh, you could do that better, but it's not like you're doing anything wrong or bad. Like, it's just a learning experience for something that you could do better for yourself. Like, is it helping you? Like, you don't need to hang on to the expectation or assumption that if it comes to like me, like if it would be me, I honestly have a lot of times where I thought like, oh gosh, I'm so far behind on like how I do things in my life, like for example like my financial kind of decisions or whatever. But actually I'm learning better than I thought. I'm doing something, I'm learning at all, and I'm taking responsibilities for my actions, and that's better than doing nothing or to repeat mistakes over and over again. And like, mistakes are there to be made. I mean, I will agree with that statement as long as it doesn't have anything to do with other people, because I just don't like that. You know, making mistakes that are irreversible when it comes to like actions, you know, that's just something. But anyway, oh, now we're gonna get to some of these cards, and then we'll get into some last messages. So what else would a tarot reader tell you about who you are? Chill. Okay, so oh, I just noticed, well, whatever, here. So what else do you need to know about who you are? So okay, what about no? I feel like there's also a message like, don't compare yourself to other people or other situations or whatever. Focus on what you can do right now and what you are doing right now for your own situation. And even if it's not, maybe you made a mistake and you're like, crap, I really should not have done that. Done that. My voice. I need to drink something, but I don't have anything. I'm almost done. Like right now, like in the past, like months ago, I would be so stressed about the consequence. But now I'm like, you know what? If I cannot pay it right now, I cannot pay it right now. Like, I cannot say that with every single financial decision. I cannot say that with every, like there are things that are by accident or something that's just not at all thought out at all. And it's like, okay, so I cannot pay for that right now. I can let them know, and I can say, well, right now is not the right time. I can barely make it to like go to the grocery store, you know, like to get something to eat or to drink or whatever. Like, I need to think about what is more important, and other issues will be sorted later, you know. But to not it's like keeping a balance in that as well. So I'm doing much better than I thought. And I'm hearing that a lot from the people, like from the people that are around me, which are not a lot. I'm hearing like, well, that I actually make great financial decisions when it comes to my age. So it's really not that bad of what I'm doing, you know. Anyway, anything else? Whatever else that's good for you to know about who they are. Or how will the tarot / energy reader perceive, yeah, you. also starting to feel hungry. Are you kidding me? I'm eating something like a few hours ago. Well, that makes a lot of sense. Anyway, so and we have the wildling. I have no idea what that is. So that means we gotta get the booklet. Nice. Okay, so the number 118. Okay. Oh, it's the last card. Okay. Let me just read it for myself real quick. Pulling the wildling card indicates a time to connect to the most primal parts of yourself. This may mean you need to detach a bit from people around you so you can hear the whispers of your deepest knowing without the influence of others. How ironic, how funny is that it will come out after I said, like, maybe need to focus more on what's happening, within and not outside. Just because you may seem like it may seem like you're doing well or you're not at all hurting, doesn't mean that is the case. Because y'all, like, we can't see what is happening inside the other person or another person or any one thing. Unless we get a little too specific, but I don't want to go down that road. So, yeah. I feel like that will be more of a message, like what you need to know, instead of like what you need to know about yourself. Well, this is something like some sort of guidance, like as soon as you will do this, like whenever you do this, take the time that you need, right? But as soon as you connect more to what to you, the more you will realize who you actually are. It's like you're not at all investing time in your own being. And this may be true, like very true for some people and a little bit true for other people. Just take whatever resonates and leave the rest. Or maybe you'll notice that it makes a lot more sense than you thought after a little while. It doesn't always immediately click, right? What will the tarot/energy reader tell you about who you are? We have patience. And we have the revolutionary. You seem like, to a tarot reader, you will be like a person who has, how say that? How do I say that? Distracted for a moment. There's definitely a message here to involve yourself a lot more with the decisions that you make. To not just do it because it has to be done or do it because other people want to, but to involve yourself as what it will do with you and how you feel about it. What a tarot reader would say about you is that you're definitely someone that a lot of people like I feel like there is something just really significant about you as an individual. Like there are things that you can definitely relate to when it comes to other people, but not everything. I feel like there are things like that people would understand, but you show it in a way that it's very different from people or what people are used to. So for one, it could be that some people are like very over emotional and like spill everything out and I don't know, like get very crazy dramatic about it. And for you, it's like as if you're very thoughtful, as if you're very not serious. I mean, in a good way, serious, of course, but not like where you're like, you stand out in the crowd. Your behavior, your way of thinking, speaking, and expressing is just really different from what people usually do. Whether this has to do with your age group, whether that even is relevant to this at all, like at all relevant here at all, but there's something about that. But since it's so different, it makes people think differently about not you, but the way that people have been perceiving something. So, for example, you show a different side to, okay, just for some of you, it's like someone shows like, okay, I'm not going to speak about it as if this literally is the case for you, but for some, it's like when they have like depression, then there are like these very straightforward ways, like very simple ways to recognize that. I'm not saying it is, but like, and you share how you feel in a very different way, whether you you just give people a different perception of like, oh my gosh, this is also something that could like be viewed that way, just like oh, we know how people are like as the specific signs of someone being so for me like autistic or something like that, and then there are also people where you would not at all recognize that they have symptoms and that they show it like that. So you may think that it is something completely different when actually it is the cause of like other conditions or other things happening around you, like could be literally because of the first thing that you're experiencing, but you show it in a completely different way. You share it completely differently. Like as I said, like you will be a very interesting storyteller because you use, whether it is abstract or not, like some, you know, everyone uses their own kind of art in a way. One does it in a very straightforward way, one does it in a more of a very soft way, one does it in a very loud way, one does it in a very silent way. So for example, like either screaming in a song and showing their frustration, or just letting the music speak for itself or whatever, you know, or the lyrics being just like the voice is very soft, but the lyrics is like very deep and very fucking crazy, like in a good way or in a bad way. I don't know how you will perceive it. That's something about you. Like you're such, like for some of you, I will actually be interested in knowing one of your arts or something like that. Like I'm not going to say that I will be always interested like that, because my interest is usually like it fades quickly and then moves on to something different. Like for example, when you listen to a song and then you don't listen to it anymore for a little while, and then suddenly you think of the song again and you hear it again, and you're completely obsessed with it again, if that makes any sense. To me, that's kind of how it is. Because, I mean, it's literally how it is. Every time I'm like, oh, I don't like the song anymore, remove it from my downloads, and then later I'm like, oh my god, I missed this song, haven't heard this for a long time, you know. But what I'm trying to say is, it will be an interesting thing. Whenever I feel that the vibe is right, that will be the time for me to like, okay, so let's find out more about that. But I know, if you want to share, then feel free. I just want to say that if I'm trying to be, like, I'm thinking of, like, for example, someone putting something, like a link in the description box, and I don't know if I will necessarily, like, I'm trying to be careful with what I do with my devices and, yeah, stuff like that. Like, I don't want to, you know, like, you never know what kind of freaks are out there and just send you spam or whatever. I'm just trying to be careful. I hope you understand. But you don't need to share it if you don't want to. But, like, for example, like, leaving a comment about that and how important it is to you. Like, it will also be interesting. Like, I always like a comment, but as long as it's, you know, good or kind and not just a meaning or bullshit. Like, yeah. I don't know how to explain it, but what is good and what is bad anyway, or somewhere in the middle. Last message, what would a tarot/energy reader want you to know? And we have number 43. Create open space. This is literally something, like the open space. I don't know if I actually said that, but I heard something about open space in my mind, like, I don't know, like 10-20 minutes ago. I'm not good with timing, so don't rely on that. Oh, just a second. Okay. But I heard that, and it's just funny because I was literally picking up on that, like, to put a lot more attention to things that matter. And if you do that more often, you'll notice how a lot more free and relaxed you can feel, like less tensed up. Okay. Anyway, balance just being with doing. Emphasize arriving over striving now. Giving to-do list and goal setting a rest. Like, the Four of Swords is also about rest, by the way. Did not mention it, but anyway. When your schedule is very crowded, it crowds out your intuition. Create open space by squeezing minutes or even hours into your day with nothing pre-planned. Then let your intuition set the agenda. There's power in pauses. This is literally something I'm doing, at least mostly. Like, I'm more open to, like, removing my, like, I need to do right now, like, a reading because I have time. Like, no, I'm gonna do it whenever I feel like I have the right mindset and energy, not because I just have time. It's important to, like, otherwise I'll just do this and do it because I forced myself instead of, like, when I felt like doing it. A grief card. Get help with grief. Number 9. Your grieving journey is your own, and no one else may ever fully understand what I said before. Like, people will understand, or at least they will. Well, people, or at least, like, if you share your story, if that even is going to happen, whether it ever will happen, like, they may not understand fully, but they at least can sympathize, I think. This is the word, empathize or sympathize, or both. May ever fully understand or feel, and no one else may ever fully understand or feel exactly what you're going through. But don't try to go through it alone. Lean on people, whether that's counselors or other healthcare professionals, friends and family, or neighbors and co-workers. Neighbors? I would not dare do that. That's my own limiting mindset. Stop overgiving or soldiering on. Receive now. Like, yeah, like, even though, like, you're very balanced, I do feel like, for some of you, it's like, yeah, this just fully resonates. And for some of you, it's like, this is something that you may, that may help you along with creating balance for yourself if you're not fully there yet. Then we have number 42, number 43, number 42. Oneness is the way. How can you show more compassion and acceptance towards those you do not understand? Okay. That's a question you may want to think about. Like, that. I don't know if you're seeing it, but I just read it for you, so whatever. And last card with your reality is a reflection of your inner world. Oh, that may be a little bit of a ouchie realization, because yes, it's the truth, and how you look at the world, well, it says more about your own way of perception instead of what actually is true, because truth can be objective and subjective, at least in my opinion. There's always two sides to something, right? Or multiple sides. But this is a message also from what a tarot and energy reader would want you to know, which is like, it's okay to trust yourself. It's okay to feel things out. It's okay to ask for help. It's okay to create space for yourself and actually let yourself feel what you need to feel. Because I feel like you usually suppress these things because you're, for example, with other people and you don't share it at all. And I'm not saying that sharing that with those kind of people or whatever is something necessary, because sometimes, like, I personally like it when I know that who I'm talking to is someone that I can trust with what I'm telling them. I don't want to just throw it out there to everyone I know, right? Or everyone that I don't know. But that's something personal. But I do feel like something that is like with professionals, healthcare counselors, friends, family, neighbors, co-workers, well, people who you know and who you can trust, okay? I'm not saying with every single person, and that can be anyone in this list. Not everyone is trustworthy, I'm saying that, but it's still important for you to know that you are not alone and you have a beautiful, well, I don't know about story, because I don't want to like glorify your story, right? Because it may have also had an impact. I feel like the only person who's able to say that, who will be allowed to say that, is you and not anyone else, you know? But you decide how you share it, when you share it, with whom you share it, if you even share it. Like, this is the advice, but, you know, like, I'm not telling you that this is what you have to do. This is something that you, this is under your control. This is your choice. But that's what a tarot / energy reader will want you to know. It's like, do not feel shame or feel bad when asking from other people and to receive instead of giving. Like, let yourself also experience what it's like. Like, give yourself what you give to other people. I'm hearing taste of the medicine you give others or something. Yeah, let yourself taste your own actions, if that makes sense, but then toward yourself. I don't know if that even made sense, but group 4, that's all I have for you. So just to remind you, the like button underneath this video is there to confirm to me that you enjoyed and appreciate the reading, and also shows me what you want to or may want to see in the future. If you have any suggestions, I already mentioned, you can just comment them down below. Or something like that. If you want to support me, you can comment down below and let me know how it resonates, and any other ways of supporting me are mentioned in the description if you're interested. So I'm sending you much love, joy, and healing. Thank you so much for being here and for letting me read for you, and I hope to see you back soon.